Last time on Beast World, our delvers continue their search through the misty woods, in search of one another and the foul creature that hunts them. Isfisk manages to find Isset and Damien as the three stumble upon a lone cabin in the woods with a lit campfire. Inside, they find the missing dungeon scout Marisha Temple, who explains she's been here for a month, surviving on her own with little more than rations. Other groups had come in search for her, but were claimed by the beasts. She had resorted to hiding there, as there was no escape from the woods. Marisha joins up with their small groups in hopes of finding the rest of them and locating the creature's den. Meanwhile, Vanya gets a sensation that she is being watched and followed. With each passing moment, the feeling grows stronger until the beast ambushes her group. It spawns inky remnants of its form to extend its reach and surround the group, and ushers out maddening whispers compelling them to attack one another. With enough damage dealt to the beast, it withdraws its assault back into the woods. Isset, Isfisk, Damien, and Marisha venture back the way Isfisk came, and find a small remote village that Isfisk had once taken shelter at. There they discover Jack, still alive but hurt. He mentions that during his tussle with the beast, he knocked over a music box that seemed to distract it momentarily,
I'm here.
allowing him to escape. The group search the remains of the village and learns that it is at least 300 years old and has long since been abandoned. Venturing further past the village, the group find the tree that Isfisk found themselves at when they first awoke in the woods. Several skeletons in armor bearing symbols of the Howling King hang from the tree, having resorted to death, then be hunted by the beast. With a little more venturing, our two groups manage to reconvene at a crossroads in the woods. They exchange ideas and a plan to take down the beast, while Marisha claims that she might be able to retrace her steps to the cave in the middle of the woods. With a little luck, the group follows along, and without further incidents, manages to locate the cave entrance with its eerie green glow. Inside, they find an abandoned mine network with torches lit with the continual flame spell, clearly being maintained by someone. Exploring the mines, they discover more lit torches and a few collapsed tunnels before stumbling upon a drop point that leads into an open area with massive bones protruding from the grounds, surrounding a deep, dark pit. Vegas drops a torch inside the pit, drawing the attention of the beast as the party prepare to fight it together, now with renewed strength. They lay into the creature, damaging its form and with heavy blows before it finally crumples, seemingly inert. From the darkness of the mine, though, Madhu Iskar reveals himself, disappointed that the beast wasn't able to stop them, and tries to avenge his creation's demise. The party turn and battle the necromancer as he summons several zombies and skeletons that were buried within the mines from the beast's continuous feeding. The party are chipped away at, bit by bit, but Madhu continues to underestimate them as the two marine rogues close distance with him and Vanya jabs her rapier through his skull. As Madhu dies, he leaves an ominous message behind. The beast lives on. Our adventurers make their way back towards the surface, where Damien disappears off into the woods, parting ways with the group, saying that perhaps they'll meet again sometime in the future. Isfisk, I believe you had something specific you were looking into.
Yes. As we were first exploring through the mines, there was that one gap with a larger glowing object kind of off around the corner that we didn't investigate at the time because we couldn't get the whole party over there particularly safely, but now that the actual threat in the mines is gone, it may very well be something useful to look into.
Of course. I would say this will happen as part of your venturing back up, since you tied ropes down into the pit originally.
Yeah, and I mean, a ski also just has spider climbing as an ability, so she
Yes.
doesn't even need that. She walks along the wall.
But you make your way back up towards this area that you had seen previously. You're able to walk across the wall in that direction. The other people in the group would have to jump or find another way to safely traverse, unless you want to try and handle this by yourself.
I think she'd trust to be able to go take a look at this just on her own. People can come along if they want to, but she's certainly not asking for backup.
Oh, Charlotte is definitely gonna go to a ski.
Okay.
Well, then that has Vanya going too, because Vanya wanted to talk to Charlotte. So
The accountability conga line.
basically,
So
See you
Iski, so here's this thing. Iski can get over because they have spider climb. There is a pit between you and this location they are getting to. So how are you following along?
Oh, I guess I can't.
yeah, I was about to say that.
We could just wait.
Yeah, they.
Yeah, I was gonna say he said it's just gonna watch.
Okay.
Yeah, just let a ski do a ski things. It's fine.
All right. Iski,
Also, I'm waiting for Foundry to fucking cooperate.
Iski, you head over and you see a little bit more clearly now that you have a better line of sight on it. What appears to be a sarcophagus of some kind. It looks pretty old, and it is covered in brambles and vines. It is not too well covered that it would be entirely difficult for you to try and move it without, cutting a little bit here and there.
Yeah, well, she certainly has a dagger or two that she can use for that case, and pretty much no matter what potentially is going to be in there is almost guaranteed to be up her alley, so she will be trying to get a peek inside of this thing.
Okay. The light that you were seeing before is creaking through cracks in the lid of the sarcophagus, more or less. And when you push it off, you can get a much better, illumination. It's not super bright or blinding or anything like that, but you do finally catch a glimpse of the source of light. And there is this pale green orb sitting in the sarcophagus. And weirdly enough, this sarcophagus is not as deep as you would expect it to be. There's no body or anything like that in it. Instead, what you see around this green orb is several what look to be like representations of trees. Sort of like it's trying to emulate a forest. And the orb itself has this kind of swirling fog-like mist emanating from it.
The source of our little confusion from earlier, perhaps. If possible, I think she'd like to kind of pick it up. How large is this thing?
It's about the size of a crystal ball.
Yeah, then I think she'll, if possible, just kind of scoop it up into one hand and just kind of bring it back to present to the others.
Okay. You pick it up, remove it from the sarcophagus, and it continues to make that little misty kind of glow within, and you can see the fog kind of swirling around like it's being contained. And you return to the group, and there's just this light green orb emanating from your person.
Well, as you can see here, seems these lost woods are much more made than they are natural.
Then You said Ski's breakfast, right?
Yes, and she is holding like this foggy, like crystal ball type thing in her hand.
So did Madhu arrange this?
I think it is entirely possible that this entire Lost Woods arrangement was something that he himself had crafted to hide his work.
I guess we're not going to figure out what that work was.
Jack will chime in at this point since he's still with the group. He was a member of the Cult of the Black Rose, so whatever offering of power that he was given by Varanet likely used it to defend the land from the Howling King's forces. But it seems like they must have kept the beast contained within here, and that was likely the spell doing so.
Good intentions leading to terrible consequences.
A tale as old as time.
Good intentions. He was a traitor.
He was killing a lot of people.
And he's a known
by the sounds of
figure.
it.
Was.
Charlotte is going to look to Aspen and say, we may have to head back to your village, or at least to the town we came from, to let them know.
I take no pleasure in having to report this, but it does have to be reported.
Yes.
Do we need evidence?
Take his head.
I think Aspen probably would have like looked
What
over
about-
the body for any, like an identifying item, like a brooch pin from his
What about
tire
the
or something.
tattoo?
Anything we fit, like body parts we take, aren't gonna survive the trip, surely.
They'd rot, yes.
We'll
I
have to
don't suppose
preserve
it's
it.
quite that cold up here.
I'd say, for Aspen, you could definitely find something that would denote him as being, like, a village chief. Specifically having, like, a certain, type of jewelry that would be, like, accommodated to, like, maybe one of his arms or such. Something that would signify the village.
Yeah, like a bangle or something.
Yeah, and you'd be able to take that as evidence.
So if Aspen took that a bit more like surreptitiously while everyone else was talking, then I'll just have Aspen just kind of like rummage it out of her pocket and just hold it up and just I have all that I need for identification.
Alright. Let's get out of this place already. I can
If
lead
we're
us
confident
another way.
we've dismantled all he was trying to do here, then let's be done with it.
He did say something about the beast still being alive, but
Was it ever alive to begin with?
I don't
Could it be
get onto
recreated?
that discussion. Undeaf is undeaf, whatever it is, but it's dead now. But he claimed it was alive.
It very well be that what we were seeing was just one aspect that he had created of a much larger project, larger than any of his own projects.
There may be more, yes.
Vanya's gonna turn to, well, look between us and then Jack. Just kind of, do either of you know anything that what he's talking about? You both, well, I'm assuming you both do the same sort of thing.
You said just look over, Jack.
Jack sighs for a second. The thing about necromancers is they usually have some way to keep their prized possessions continuing on. Usually it's one of the goals of a necromancer is to not just extend one's life, but to extend your life of all your creations as well. Trying to beat time, as it were.
So, would you say the orb a ski found might be related? Or?
No, that's most likely the spell that's holding the woods in its strange state. We should probably just break that.
Husky will just kind of toss it in her hand a couple times before tossing it over her shoulder back into the pit.
I feel I must ponder if what good has ever come from glowing green orb like that. It's never a good sign.
You just kind of like watch as the orb falls into the pit, and you can see the light for just a bit, and then it just like disappears.
We could have broken
It'll probably
it.
break, but it's gonna take a second.
If it doesn't like land on a grassy patch or something.
I mean, from that height, it doesn't matter.
Lands in a gelatinous cube.
There. So now, even if there is anything else of his work that's been left behind here, doesn't have nearly as many places to hide.
Above table. Did Usky mention the tree at all? Can't remember.
I had... You know, if you were a part of the other group...
The other group knew about the
Usky
tree because Usky led them to it.
Yes,
Right.
we went... Yeah,
Yeah.
But it has not been brought up to the rest of the
E-team.
group.
yeah.
Right,
B
okay.
team saw the tree, A team did not.
Okay, I was just asking if it was brought up as well. Alright, fair enough. Well, let's get out of here, because there's no reason to hang around. And despite everything we did, come out, all of us alive. And she'll look to
Alright.
Charlotte with that one.
Exactly as
everything.
promised.
I have a question, but maybe I don't know it. Do you think we could possibly ask Madhu about his intentions, or would he not be able to cooperate?
How would we...
I think we have rather gone past that point.
There is a way. I know
If
it.
you have a way to speak with the dead, then sure, but
I do, but it would have to wait another day, and I don't know if you'll be cooperative.
Well... Is this talking to... Would it just be like talking to him, or...?
It's... Yes, I would be speaking to him from the beyond.
I doubt it, then, that he'd talk to us. We did just ruin everything for him and kill him.
we kind of ruined his life's work. Yes, I highly doubt he's going to want to work with us.
Alright, then disregard.
Besides, if I
Unless
have to
you have
put something
something
like that
that
at this point, I
convinces
do
him.
not know if I can restrain myself.
So what do we do? Proper burial? Throw him in the pit? Let him
Leave him.
rot? Leave him rot. We let him rot then.
If the thing came out of the pit, I'm sure that reuniting him with it down there might actually be working towards his goals, so let's not give them the pleasure.
Yes.
It likely won't take him long to rot. He's at least 300 years old.
Rapid blinking. Excuse me?
300?
Yes, he's a necromancer. He's extended his life through necromancy.
As
Okay,
old
but-
as the old village we saw in the area. It's been frozen here ever
Oh.
since he started his work, I suppose.
Indeed. The buildings match.
That's...
Then
Oh, wow, okay.
was he warning us not to go because he was working, or was he just trying to, persuade us?
I don't
Keep
think
us out of his hair, perhaps.
he wanted to kill this one. She'll point over to Aspen. Once Aspen found out the goings on here, well,
I feel like my life or my death after going in there would have been significant detriment to plans.
Well, I'm sure you would have appreciated the privacy, but also just as well every group of delvers that ventured in and ended up dead by that thing of his. This made more sturdy material that he could use to compile into it. He wins either way.
exactly.
Yes.
So we'll have to let them know. We'll have to head to Aspen's village and wherever else he may traverse. You don't have to come out of the wagon, but we will have to report it.
I'm kind of disagreeing with that. Aspen's gonna lay some legitimacy to this. If we just show up with the bangle of a dead mayor, whatever he was.
I am the only one who would know the significance of the bangle. 2, I am the only one here that actually knew him and would recognize him. 3, if I stay in the wagon, I'm going to have to stay entirely in the wagon. Anyone in town will recognize me.
Alright, but I'll be there for you. I promised to get you out alive, and I did.
Now let's see you do it the second time.
Look, if your mother's angry, I'll take it.
This person keeps sounding scarier and scarier every single time she comes up.
Charlotte, I like you. If my mother is angry, you run to the Balak and you keep running.
I, for one, can't wait to see what all of this fear is building up to.
Vanya's nodding. A ski just kind of rapid nodding.
Let us see what this woman is like for ourselves before we make further judgments, yes.
Exactly. Let's
Then
get out of this mine.
We leave.
Alright.
These damn woods.
You head back to the surface, navigating your way out of the abandoned mine pretty easily. As you break through the cave up into the surface, you notice that the very overpowering fog that once clouded the trees and the sky itself has dissipated. You can start to see what looks to be more of like a normal-ish pale fog that is more common to this area. And you can see a little bit more light as it seems to be approaching morning.
If it's near morning, then yeah, Husky is just flipping her hood up and shuffling back to the wagons.
Yeah, you navigate back towards where you think the wagons are, and after a little bit, now that the woods are not so tangled up, you do eventually spot some familiarity and locate the grove where the wagons were hitched up. Damien's wagon is already gone at this point.
I was going to say, I should be able to find us the way back pretty easily because of the mouse maze-proof thing.
Yeah.
I can recall any path that I've done within a month, so I can lead us back.
Technically, it is a different path since it was shuffled before and now it's been unshuffled, but don't worry about it.
I'm not talking about from the wagon back to the wind sprinter.
But yeah, as you get back to the Rocksteady, Jack waits outside with his little skeleton bird companion and kind of like gives Isette a nod as she approaches the wagon. Well, this is where we're going to part ways again.
For now, at least.
For now. It was good seeing how much progress you've made.
It was good to see you again, Sir Jack. Safe travels, okay?
Of course. I will make sure to contact you as soon as I find anything interesting. Or if anything else should be cropping up in your path.
Excellent. And if I shall ever need your help, I'll do my best to contact you too.
Should definitely give Mocha a good glance over. See what's changed with them.
Yes.
Just kind of glances back towards the wagon, and then he just walks back off into the woods and just disappears.
Well, I'll be sure to keep an eye out for him the next dark and terrifying night we have together. Seems to be his forte.
Easy enough to spot with that bird.
I don't know if I showed anyone Jack's art either during the last session.
Ah,
I don't think you have before, no.
Yeah, because the only other time he was visible was during a Sets one-shot.
I do like that picture.
Yes.
Heck yeah.
That is not a healthy looking bird.
It's fine.
I think you should.
It's
take
just
it to a vet,
molting.
bro.
Needs a bit of feeding.
Could use a snack or two, but
What doesn't?
it's fine.
Charlotte's are heading back into the Rio.
As Charlotte's hopping up, Vanya's gonna tug at the bottom of her dress as she's kind of disappearing in. Later, maybe when we stop for the night, I need to talk to you.
Later. And alone.
Mm-hmm.
He said lifts her eyebrow at this a bit, but nevertheless, like, gets in the wagon.
And Vanya trots back over to the Rocksteady.
Yes, you collect the Rocksteady, departed from Jack, and returned back to the village, where the Rio was actually left, because you only took one of the wagons into the woods.
Ah!
So, exiting from the forest, finally, you arrive back at the village. Now, a little bit... Still not quite afternoon by this point, so still relatively morning. And, the Rio and, Deidre are over there waiting. She's more or less just kind of like having a breakfast while sitting on the roof of the wagon. Anything you all are doing in particular as you return?
I don't think anything specific for me.
Nope.
Aside from getting some sleep?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
my
he said it's
wounds.
passing the fuck out.
Probably grab sleep before we travel, I think, yeah.
Stretching.
I'm going to be annoying.
Mm-hmm.
As a cleric, let me know when dawn comes.
You mean like the next dawn or this dawn? Because this dawn has already happened.
Oh. Okay.
And if you're doing spell adjustments, you need a long rest anyway.
Okay, that's fine. Alright. Noted.
But if you had anything that like recharged for dawn, it should be ready now.
Okay, I just don't have the slot.
All right. So yeah, your wagon comes back into the village, much to the surprise of several villagers who kind of like glance in your direction, because I don't think they've ever seen anybody come back out of those woods before.
First try.
But most of them kind of keep to themselves. So your wagon reconvenes with Deidre and Rio, and she looks over to you lot and is like, well, that was relatively quick. About one night.
Apparently.
Much quicker than the last insurmountable obstacle we faced. I like to think we're improving.
Also, wanted to add, you also have Marisha Temple with you, the
We
dungeon
do.
scout that you were sent out here to
Yep.
find.
We've
She's asleep in the
Also-
wagon.
Yeah, we also found our scout. We're ready to report back, but we need to stop by. I don't have the map on me, I apologize. Which one's closer, the village we came from or Aspen's village?
Well, let's pull it up.
I think it's a equalish distance. I think Isfisk is technically slightly closer.
Well, we are planning to get to Jaegerval.
Oh, Isfisk is definitely closer. Oh,
Well,
no.
then we'll have to.
The village was
We
on
should-
the edge of this river.
Yep.
It's
so we'll
about
have-
the same travel time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be the same travel time either direction.
We should
I,
this.
While we're in this town, village, hamlet thing, I am gonna have to find someone I know of relative seniority / authority.
Let them know they have a new job.
Pretty much.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I would say asking around at some of the villagers, they will direct you to the larger hut and mention that one of Madhu's great grandsons is still around. And you will find within there a little bit of a smaller build, kind of like grizzly looking bear. And he's just currently wrapped up, having soup in front of a fire, and looks up towards you. Can I help you?
You are related to Madhu, yes?
Yeah, I'm Charon Iskar.
I do not really know the words for this, but Aspen will hold up the bangle. In the forest.
The beast got him.
You deserve to know the truth, whether you share this with your town. I do not know. That is going to have to be up to you. But he was controlling the beast. He was a necromancer.
I've had my suspicions for a while, but nothing to go off of.
He got attacked by the beast. We killed the beast. And then he set upon us and we had to defend ourselves. If you know who I am, then you know who I will be notifying in this Isfisk.
I will see to it that my great-grandfather's legacy not cause any more trouble. Not for this more modern beast world.
That is good to hear. We will likely be making our way soon. If you need anything of us, send word to Isfisk.
No, I think we will be alright.
Take care of yourself and your people.
Safe travels, Kovalenko.
And then Aspen's just gonna turn heel and leave.
Alright. So, the wagons are restocked. You have your supplies, I believe. Should have plenty of
we had a
supplies.
bunch. Hmm.
Yeah. And then your goal is to head to Isfisk, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Now, I know a lot of you are tired and probably need some rest. So,
Yes.
do you want to do a sleeping order? You all will eventually get a full rest before arriving to Isfisk, but you may want to alternate who stays up. Because you have to move the wagons.
Yeah, we need to actually drive.
We have. If I'll probably say Vanny could probably sleep first, and then take over for Aspen driving the Rocksteady after, so Aspen can get some sleep.
I can drive some of the ways while I have literally like fucking +7 for survival.
You're over on the Rio, right? I think Daedra's got that wagon covered mostly.
Right.
This is mostly for the Rocksteady, I think. So Ski and Aspen can sleep first, I guess. Vanya drive, then Aspen wake up, Vanya sleep. How does that sound?
Probably works.
Because we usually have Iggy over here, but not now. So it's just the three of us that we've got to decide. So yeah, we'll we'll do it that way. Vanya stays awake for the first bit of driving, and then swap over.
Okay. Alright. So, relatively chill morning, heading out from this village. You're gonna get a little bit short as you push on through the day. A Ski, Aspen, and a Set. I believe you can all take your actually Vegas and Charlotte, because you also are on the Rio. So basically everyone but Vanya can go ahead and take your long rest.
Yippee!
Good.
Lol.
8 HP.
I know a lot of people were real hurty.
Owie.
Look at those hit points.
45 hit points.
45 and 44. That's a lot of health.
Like I said, I was on death's door.
Ski, who also was reduced to 1 hit point last session.
Only for like a turn, so it's fine. And, like, even if she did get hit again, she does have the strength of the grave feat to just keep fighting anyways.
So good.
Yeah, I have to think myself in case I would have gone down.
Alright. You follow the river's path, based off Aspen's directions prior, and start to approach what you can see as a village in the distance. You know you will need a little bit more time before you can fully reach there. It's not quite nightfall just yet, but you could take the time before you get into the village to maybe just set up camp, relax for a bit, kind of take
Man, you need
things a
to
bit slow.
ambush Charlotte anyway.
So I would say you find a pretty open clearing along the river where you're able to set up a makeshift kind of camp with the 2 wagons. And at this point, Espen will be awoken, so Vanya can go in and sleep. Well, when they decide to.
Yeah, before that, I'm gonna attack Charlotte.
PvP enabled.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she's gonna look for Charlotte, kind of ask around the Rio to try and get her attention.
Charlotte is busy looking over her spell cards, and is just gonna a sunboard deck, get up and exit the Rio.
Right, before I go lie down, let's talk.
Privately. You gotta step a little further away from the camp.
With her back to the rest of the camp, so Charlotte's turned to face the camp as well as, Vanya. She'll look for something to lean on, a big rock or a tree or something, and then just... So that look you were giving is set.
I didn't know. I thought
Well,
she was
think
just...
any of us did. So, I'm going to ask, what does it matter as long as she's doing the good with that power?
That power can corrupt you.
Is no different than what I use.
It's...
I literally summoned a demon, Charlotte, into this world.
You did.
If I made a mistake, if that went slightly wrong, there would be a creature wandering around Dole right now, killing people. But you trust me. What difference does undeath make? Yes, it's a little more gross, I guess, but you can't chastise her and support what I'm doing.
Vanya, you're young and you have...
Oh, yeah, I know that. You all keep reminding me that. But...
And I trust a ski in understanding what you're going through, what you're doing to make sure that you keep yourself.
So, why can't we all do the same for a set? Why are you suddenly judging somebody for these darker powers that are around the group? You didn't like her ski at first. So I see she's growing on you a little. But a set has been around longer than all of us. You call me young, but she's older than you by many times more than I'm taller. Younger than you. We need to trust her. Otherwise, you're gonna pull yourself apart.
That magic has pulled everything of my life apart.
So watch it. Keep an eye on her. But trust her. She's done nothing but look after us. She's done nothing but make sure that we are able to keep doing what we're doing. She's covered all of our backs. If she was truly against us, would she have helped us, or would she have helped Madhu? Think about it.
We didn't know that Madhu would betray us. We trusted Madhu.
Right. We didn't know anything about him either. you know more about Aset than you know about Madu. And even if we don't know much about her, all she's done is help. If she was truly some horrific cultist, do you think we'd all be alive by now? If she needed us to further her goals, do you think she would have let us go into a forest like that, recklessly endangering her items? Like some people that do that
Vanya?
shit with viewers? What? What are you trying to say? That you're just gonna turn your back on her all of a sudden?
There's a reason I'm the only person. There's a reason I don't have a family anymore. There's a reason why I've been going on these delving missions. I'm trying to understand why I lost everything.
And this has to do with necromancy.
My mother was an adept in it. But she was a seer. She spoke with the dead. She could see the dead. And taught me some things that I, as part of my training into becoming a cleric of Etris. But something happened. And she's gone. My whole family, my whole life's gone. And I'm trying to find out.
Last I looked, you still had at least your husband in Dole. And that's going to mean something to you. I'm not trying to flatten what happened in the past, and I couldn't imagine losing my family like that, but you need to realize that there are people that can use this stuff for good. If you can trust a ski to look over me and trust me with what I do, and I'm going to put this out there, it's only going to get more dangerous as I try to develop this skill more. And yes, I was more transparent than this set was, but not all of us act like I do. Not all of us are as see-through or as an open book. I like to be honest and keep it known what I'm planning on doing. Granted, that's why I was going to go to you first. But you can't... I mean, you can, but you won't be good for it. If that's all you do is stare at a set with daggers in your eyes and not allow her to even prove that she's above what you expect to happen, then where's this going to go? What are you going to do? Because I don't think the rest of us mind.
I just don't want anyone hurt. I don't want anything bad to happen. I'm just afraid that that kind of thing, that kind of magic can do something. I believe Iset can... I think Iset can be trusted. I'm just worried if something goes wrong that she can't control.
We're all there. There is currently 5 other people to help you watch her. Yes, that's her as well. And then we have Ignatius, who I'm surprised didn't know already. You'd think a Dranfinian would be more tied into that.
Every time. You literally cut to every time Ignatius has stared at Mocha. It's like,
He
we'll have
knew.
this talk
He
later.
just wasn't saying shit.
But woe betide a Dranfinian to actually do something useful most of the time.
If something happens to either one of you, I'm going to try to help you. I'm not going to run away. I'm not going to turn away. I'm not going to just stare and mock any of you. I don't want anything bad to happen to anyone.
So when you go back there, either ask the questions you have, or just watch. Don't go back there with the same attitude that you took when you first saw me in that barn. Because I tell you what, it didn't help me. I felt awful. I wanted to come through and tell you first, but I was forced to do something else before I could tell you, and I knew you would probably take it worse than anyone else in the group, even with those few days that we'd known each other by then.
I was afraid something had taken you.
It might. But that's why you lot are here for. Sorry, I dropped that in your lap. It was supposed to just be a ski.
I think I might need to talk to a ski. Andy said... I'm
Definitely
sorry.
need to talk to a set.
I want to help. I don't want anything bad to happen.
Just do me a favor. When you go back there, just talk to a set like it's the set you knew before you found out. We found out in a pretty rough way, I'll admit. I was caught off guard too, and I am suspicious.
When you did that whole thing in the barn, that was much scarier.
Somewhat glad about that, actually. But let's get back there. We've been away for too long, and I desperately need to sleep.
Go sleep.
Either think on it, or just talk to her like she's the same as that you knew beforehand, though. Please?
I will.
Thank you. And with that, Vanya's just gonna kind of pat her on the whatever part that Vanya can reach as she walks past, and then heads to the Rocksteady to lay down.
So you said I'm long rested, right, Duo?
Yes.
I'm doing ascending.
Alright.
Oh, good.
Should I DM it to you or say it out loud?
That is up to you.
I think it'd be fun to keep it secret.
Okay.
Oh,
That's
the
good.
drama.
I mean, it's not like you're all hearing it. Continue on and I'll just work on it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Vanya goes in to take a nap. As you enter into the wagon, you see Marisha coming out, looking a lot more chipper than she did before. Very bouncy.
Oh, she's on her way out now?
Yes.
Just in, because all mice share voiceless speech, right? They can all
Yeah.
understand each other's, yeah. In voiceless speech, it's just going to say, you look a lot better.
She smiles and returns the voiceless speech. Thanks. A lot of sleep helped.
My turn. Because it dives into the bed. That's such a cute bit of art. Oh my god.
Oh,
The chest fluff.
Literally the creature.
I love her.
she's adorable.
Can we
Yeah.
keep her?
It was funny because I didn't know at the time that Damien was also a rogue. So you had Vanya, Marisha, and Damien as rogues in this group. I was like, all right, we'll have to up the health of everything because y'all will chew through it so fast.
Big drops of mirror in there for good measure.
And then we still did.
Well, to be fair, the 2 opening crits did a lot of damage.
Oh,
Yeah.
we
Revenge
ruined.
crits.
That was 2 crits in a row from me too.
Yeah, Yeah, it was a significant portion of HP, so you definitely speed ran the fight. Alright, who wants the next part of the scene?
Depends.
Depends on
What's the next part of the scene?
the current camp that you guys are sitting at.
Oh, I thought you were about to trigger like a cutscene. Never mind, I'm asleep.
Still? Okay.
No, say 8
Do
hours.
you want to wake me?
Hell no, Vanya's sleepy.
Yeah, I don't really have anything directly, unfortunately. Like, I guess he said if once she's woken up, it's just gonna like sit, like spend some time drawing or something. But
Once Aspen's woken up, let's go for it. I'll try and make some breakfast for everyone.
You got this.
Let's say you could make dinner.
you got this.
Dinner, breakfast.
Yeah.
You got this.
Brinna?
Yeah. Dinner for
Everybody-
folks that are about to go to sleep and breakfast for the rest of us.
Everybody gather hands.
I'm raising my hands right now.
Yeah.
Do I make the survival
we're
roll do it?
seancing this.
I want to help.
I want to say that Deidre would have been helping get things prepared, so she will give you advantage on this one.
Okay. I had to think for it.
Okay. Do it before I make the roll.
Huh?
You have to tell me if I'm going to succeed or not. I want your judgment.
I would say you need Gal's help on that.
Seed.
I'm conjuring
Believe.
a nat 20 for you right now. Close enough.
It's good. I mean,
It's
it's
a
above a
success.
10.
It's the highest you've rolled in a while, yeah.
It
I
is,
guess.
yeah.
Surely an 18 will do it.
Yeah. So, what do you make
Food.
for breakfast dinner?
I think for the folks waking up, considering none of them are vegetarian, it's going to be just kind of like a, if we've got it, like bacon, eggs, and I guess probably hardtack. Kind of like boiled a bit in the bacon grease to soften it up a little bit. And then for those going to sleep, probably just kind of like a nice hearty vegetable stew, I guess. Is all I can think of.
Frozen onion at Vanya. There you go. Yeah, good.
I don't know, but I'm thinking like you know like okra thickened stews. I'm thinking something like that, but I don't
Like
know if we
gumbo?
have anything. Yeah, almost gumbo, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, like a vegetable gumbo.
Alright. You're able to very easily produce your meals with Deidre's help. And Marisha also thanks for the offering of food as well. This is the first fresh meal I've had in a long time.
Also, isn't that Dion driving the Rio? I thought Deirdre was like Vegas's nanny.
Deidre is Dion's
Yes.
name in this.
Yeah. I was getting the names wrong.
We can
I've-
change them if you want.
No, I've got it corrected now, so I always will pull up the party menu just to see before I start saying anything.
What if I retcon just to spite you?
Well, I've canonized it now, so you can't retcon my lore.
Shit.
Yeah, right.
Whatever.
Yeah, after breakfast, Aspen's just kind of going to be taking a seat somewhere and just kind of just staring at that bangle, just sort of silently lost in thought, I think.
Marisha over here scarfing down food like crazy. Alright, anybody else wishing to converse?
Well, balls in the court.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I've sent
I
your message
personally
along.
Don't
I know.
have any
Good.
scenes to run myself, like
God.
especially, you know, if this is just like us
I think
the sort of evening where like the moon would be visible. Aski's just probably just camping out atop one of the wagons and just kind of there with her thoughts for the night.
I think I might need both a ski and a set.
Oh dear.
Well, now you know where to find her.
Yeah, very easy to spot a ski. Going into the Rio. No, wait. Yep, the Rio. To ask for a set. We're going to talk outside.
Both at once, or just grabbing
Yes.
one at a time?
Both.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
Okay.
So you said you're talking to both of them.
It it would help everything.
Together.
All right.
Give me a second to find something. All right. So I imagine we'd be sitting outside and waiting for both of them before speaking. So I know you kept this hidden from us for a while, Iset,
I did, yes.
and you intend to mean well with it.
Charlotte, I know what I'm doing is very risky, to put it lightly. Unorthodox, even, but I genuinely do not mean to harm any of us here or anyone else, truth be told.
What should I do if something goes wrong?
In what sense?
Like, Varanet overtakes you, twists you into something, you lose your mind.
If I were to lose myself completely, Charlotte, strike me down like the beast I've become. I've walked this world for over a millennium. I had a family once. I lost it. I've
Then
had a
what
good run.
What you're saying is there's no way to reverse it.
It wasn't my doing that my family left me. My husband had gotten into his own little projects of sorts. Eventually devised a plan to move over to greener pastures and took the children with him and everything, and I have not seen a single sign from him since.
Was it because of your practices?
This was long before I started any of that.
How long have you been doing this kind of art?
A decade or so.
Going to look to a ski. Is it true that something like that could happen, that sort of magic can just overtake someone?
It is possible, if one were to be drawn in by it. It's never something that simply appears in one's mind. It always at first presents itself as an offer, exchanging something of yours for something of greater power. But given how prone to living particularly long jackals are to begin with, something tells me that those more tempting parts of necromantic arts for most of us has absolutely no sway over a set here.
Also say, while Ski is describing this, you'll notice that part of her shadow is kind of like looming over her shoulder, and you can tell that a pair of red eyes are kind of like visibly watching the conversation.
Charlotte is keeping
He's
her
not
cool
being
on
subtle
this.
at all.
I appreciate the transparency, and I apologize.
Is that a shadow joke?
She sighs.
There's a slight
I-
chuckling.
This is personal to me as I've rarely spoken to it, but I lost my mother to that art.
hmm
And I've been trying to figure out what happened. And this delving group is the most progress I may have gotten, and it's not much. But I don't know.
If anything, Charlotte, the knowledge I will gather over the course of this journey may help you find some answers soon.
Yes, if there is anything more on the taboo side that you may need help looking into for the sake of unraveling that mystery as well, well, you've already seen the results I was able to have in helping Vanya.
I'm sorry for not trusting you earlier. I just worried.
In all honesty, I should have said something sooner myself, but then again, how do you even bring that up?
Look at a ski. She wears it on her sleeve.
That she does.
I was never given a choice. If others want to view me as the monster, I'm more than happy to fashion myself that way. But if I have anything to say about it, I'd like to be the monster under the bed for anyone who thinks they're that invincible.
He said
Also,
can't help but smile at that a little.
Ski, you have been wonderful, and you have helped us get out of so many binds.
I do try. And you haven't exactly been slacking either, patching up those wounds like you have.
Indeed, you have.
I feel I could be better.
We're all still here, aren't we?
We're all still here, and we're all doing our best, I feel.
Nobody died, and that's what matters.
Well, the right beasts, here and there, ended up dead. But we're still around, is what matters.
People who needed to be stopped died.
It was close, but that's what matters. There isn't any more, but I want to say if something does happen, I will try to find answers of how to stop it if I can't. No, it's going to really hurt if I have to put you down.
Don't back me if you have to, but I appreciate wanting to find a better way out.
Nobody's gonna die.
You wouldn't be the first to have tragedy befall them because of forces like these. And you won't be the last, but you don't have to be among their number, necessarily.
I'm ready to sleep now, but I appreciate this.
So do I, Charlotte.
Then rest well and hope no ghosts followed you back out from the woods there,
She's just gonna have a sigh and head back to the wagon.
Just kind of on the way back, we'll just remark to a set. It feels nice to be on the same level as all of the others now.
It does, yes. Also, thank you for helping me understand.
I've
I
spent
don't know if
my
I could have done
whole
it
life
myself.
understanding it myself. Yeah, and I think that may be seen there.
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
That would be the end of it.
So then, wrapping down for the night, it says you eventually will take a little bit of a deeper notice into Mocha.
Mhm.
Their behavior hasn't like changed any, but you definitely notice like a stronger sense coming off of them. You notice that the shadow that they give off seems to have a lot more ebb and flow to it. And something is different about them, but you're not entirely certain what. You could
Interesting.
you could give me, let's see. I'm gonna pull up your sheet so I can actually see what you're good at. You could
Perception,
give
perhaps.
me yeah, an investigation or a perception check.
Oof.
Little unfortunate. I would say go ahead and give me an intelligence check as well. Just because of your need to use that for
Okay, that's
taking
better.
care of Mocha. Yeah. With 17, looking Mocha over, you realize that some parts of the shadow presence that made up the beast form has been absorbed into Mocha's own shadowy form, as you know that Mocha is a type of shadow-based undead.
Mhm.
And you think that with a little bit of tinkering, in a way, magical tinkering, you could potentially replicate one of the beast's abilities.
Okay.
And I will allow you to either have one of two options. You could have the option for Mocha to spawn a remnant, like the beast could, which would allow it to either attack from that position or swap locations with it.
Mhm.
And then the other one would be a charged ability in which it could let out a howl, dealing psychic damage and frightening creatures around it. Similar to its Howling Babble. That one will have to recharge on a d6 dice roll.
Yeah. I think I'm going with the howl.
The Howl? Alright.
Mhm.
I will add it to the sheet, and I will attune it appropriately.
Excellent.
There we go. So you've got a additional feature accessed to Mocha now. It's one of the things I like about the Ranger carrion companion is that you can change how its stat block works over time.
Mhm.
Okay. Also, Charlotte, you get your reply back from your message.
Oh!
Do you want me to say it out loud
DM
or
it.
DM it? All right.
Secrets.
Very funny given the talk that you just had.
All right. Yeah. Just gonna lay in bed.
Alright. The night draws in. Everyone gets their rest. Vanya, you can go ahead and take your long rest now.
Yay! That might not look like a lot of hit points, but it's over half.
The morning comes, and everyone gets out and gets ready to, like, get the wagons moving. Marisha kind of looks between everyone, is like, so where are we heading?
Vanya groggily shoving a finger in the direction of Aspen.
Ugh. Home.
Why do you sound so disappointed?
I have problems with home.
Oh, are you, like, wanted? Are you on the run?
Duh, but not in the criminal way.
You should lie
With
to
all
make
the
yourself
spooky
seem better.
people, with all the spooky people in the party, Aspen is the one who gets suspected of being on the run.
I am only wanted for responsibilities. Responsibilities which I do not want or need or even deserve.
Amen.
Vanya staring daggers at Aspen over the rim of her cup, just
Okay. So after there, where are you planning on going? Because you're my ride at this point.
Well, we're gonna turn you in.
Well, I mean, we have business in Jaegerwald. Is there any...
Oh, I can go there. Can meet up
Yes.
with the Dungeoneer's archives that's in Jaegerwald.
Oh, really? I didn't know there was one in there.
Yeah, the
I'm
Dungeoneers
sure
have an archives in every major city.
I was at Jaegerwald very briefly.
I'm sure you'll have plenty to tell them once you get there.
I long for the days when I thought we could just go straight to the Jägerwald.
Alright. So everyone gets into their wagons, I assume, to head off to Isfisk. I will say, Aspen's driving the Rocksteady, right?
yeah.
Oh boy.
It's not a distance or a check or anything. I just wanted to know because I was gonna have Marisha sit up on top with you. Just kind
Oh,
of
that's
like
a fight waiting to happen. Vanya's up there too.
she's just kind of like sitting there kicking her legs, just kind of like watching the scenery and everything. She's kind of like bundled up. So you live out here?
How bad does she look, like, cold-wise? Is she dealing with it?
She seems relatively okay.
Okay.
But she's clearly not native to Aurea.
I lived out here. It's been a while since I was home. Suppose I still do live here, I just was not ready to come back yet. Despite all the weirdness and the dungeons and all the strange companions, I've actually been enjoying life on the road.
So you lot been a delving crew for long?
How long's it actually been out of characters? Couple months now, right?
A couple months.
Yeah, by my count, like in the ballpark of 50 days.
That sounds right.
Because, and that's not including however long it took you to get to Bristlin yourself. So.
Yeah. That wasn't a fast journey. Not terribly long, a few months. It's been working out well. It sort of happened accidentally when the dungeon opened up inside the bar we were all in.
Ooh, that sounds exciting.
It was very interesting. And I have to admit, I had thought about joining delving groups before then, but after that I was a little bit hooked.
What kind of dungeon was it?
Well, the door that was the storeroom for the bar instead opened up into a crypt with lots of undead things and a big floating skeleton at the end, or skull rather.
Interesting. Hadn't seen a crypt-based dungeon for a while.
Da, it was there I learned that fireballs hurt. I mean, I had assumed as much, but now I have proof.
Sounds like you didn't play with campfires enough.
I am very good with campfires. Why does nobody believe this? Honestly, you put up one campfire, it's in an open place, and suddenly people think a whole field is going to catch fire. It's a perfectly reasonable place for a campfire. Why does nobody...
Versha's eyes are just like really wide in a second. She's looking over at Vanya like, what the fuck is he... What is happening?
Vanya's just like, they had a... Don't worry about it. They're okay.
People in Louvain do not know what a campfire is.
People in Louvain are nice and careful.
Is that what they are?
Just a nod and a slight lift of the mug, which she's still missing.
Anyway, fireball, very different to campfire.
Campfires don't tend to explode.
That very much is the frost that makes the difference. Although, I wonder how quickly you could cook a mammoth with a fireball. Or mini fireball. Aspen's just like looking a little bit lost in thought now.
Well, with enough time, once we get to Jaegerwald, probably put in a report there, get a message to Veneer, let him know that I'm alright and alive. And then I think I'll take the junction gate back to Louvain so I can go, maybe rest for a little bit. Take things easy.
I think that sounds like a very good idea for everything you have been through.
I think the doctor would understand. Grabbing that hitbox is so wide.
The who? The doctor?
Yeah, the one we dealt with in the
Oh, that doctor.
Dr. Iskuga. Wait, you met him?
Mm-hmm.
He's briefly.
Actually, the one... No, that wasn't him. Anyway, yeah, we met him. He has an odd band poster, and I recognize the band, but I'm blanking on the name.
Doctor's a pretty reserved person. It's usually all about business. Very obsessed with the dungeon.
Cicero was the one that had us look for you, I think. It was him or Skuko, one of the two.
I didn't know Cicero was back in Louvain. They seem to just get around everywhere.
Yeah, Cicero was the one that got us together over in the Bristle Inn. Gave us this, and she'll tap the top of the wagon.
He is known for looking for upstart delvers wherever he can find them.
When did you get into the scouting business? And why scouting? Most people like to actually do the delve.
Well, the delve's fun, but I like the thrill of going in by myself and finding all the traps and stuff like that. Make it easier for the delvers. But I can also get around a lot of different things.
That's something I was thinking about doing after the delve itself.
In worst case, if I get stuck, I can, stay alive for long enough until either a delving crew comes along or I'm able to get unstuck.
It's not a habit you get into, right? That forest that's not the normal.
No. That's definitely the longest I've been stuck. Getting stuck in a dungeon's dangerous, but probably not as dangerous as that was.
Well, I'm glad we got you out.
I'm glad too. I'm gonna sample every Orient dish I have here before I leave.
This one keeps talking about the mammoth.
I like Mammoth. I like the hunt. I like the preparation. I like the community. I like everything is good about
Rolls
Mammoth.
her eyes as this goes on.
I could try some mammoth.
Well, I'm sure you'll have opportunity.
Just giddily bouncing on the top of the wagon.
That is adorable. How dare they?
Aspen has 2 mouse friends now.
Yeah.
This one also has a lance and can use you as a mount. She is a Alamanian Marine, so she does have the ability to mount an ally,
That's
amazing.
hilarious.
which is also why
What?
I gave her the lance.
I'm gonna go back down with a ski. You two have fun about mammoth meat or something, I guess. She'll hop across the top and then kind of slide in through the window.
Yeah, once you break away, she starts playing 20 questions with Aspen. Just constantly asking about, like, home, mammoths, why they're, so stressed about going back, what are their responsibilities, etc., etc. You're just getting your ear talked off.
A lot of those are getting either very vague or very short answers.
Does it ever dissolve into why? Why?
Oh yeah, there's plenty of whys.
Oh no!
She's very curious. Yeah, it's thankfully for Aspen, it's a short trip. Not so thankfully, you are arriving home.
Just like the sort of hood on the top of the cloak, they're just gonna like pull it over and just like lower their face down and just kind of try and hide underneath it a bit.
If you're trying to disappear, it's kind of hard. You're very big.
Not so much trying to disappear as just trying not to be as obviously them as they are.
You just got this little Murray just kicking her feet, just riding up the wagon next to you.
I know I cannot do what other mouse does and disappear from plain sight, but I would also not like to be in plain sight, if you get me.
Should get a ring of invisibility then. You can disappear whenever you want.
Laughs and goat.
Hee-hoo, hee-hoo.
Sounds like an excellent idea. Do you have one on you?
Nope.
Then I am screwed.
chuckling. Your delving wagons pull into Isfisk village, and compared to Viskadu, Isfisk is much, much larger. It's not quite a city, but is a definite proper village with a very big longhouse in the middle, and many, many surrounding village huts of different shapes and sizes. And you can see that there's a lot more village activity as people are going about their business, some of which are bringing in fresh game, getting it brought over to like a butcher and having them skin it and debone it and get it hung up to dry out so they can be preserved for like some of the like later months. And as you pull in and such, you get some glances from some people. It doesn't seem like travelers come this far out of their way towards their village, so they're a little curious about a delving group coming through. And as the wagon pulls in a bit further, a large Ursine woman emerges from a nearby hut and kind of gestures for the wagons to stop. Aspen, you immediately know that this is your mother.
Aspen's just pulling the wagon to a stop, but also like grabbing the corner of the hood and just like pulling it aside so it's kind of between Aspen's face and the mum's view.
So, what brings a bunch of delvers to Isfisk?
We have some very dire news concerning someone in the woods.
It's probably best you hear from this one. She'll tap Aspen.
There's,
just draw
they're just
attention to me.
leaning over to try to get a better look into the hood that is being actively concealed.
Aspen's just gonna pull back the hood at this point. It's like, duh.
You're back sooner than expected.
Duh.
Vanya's looking between the two, this sort of growing smile as I guess she'll start to see family resemblance between the two.
Yes, this brown bear is very, very shaggy. You can see her eyes, though. They're not as covered up. Her hair is a lot more well braided and kept back. But she smiles, seeing Aspen, and just... Well, if I had known you were going to be coming back sooner, I could have had the preparation for you. A little welcoming home gift.
I did not want to make a big deal about it. Honestly, I was trying to...
You never make a big deal about anything, honey bear.
Don't go.
Vanya's smirk is
Vegas
getting
peeking his head out
bigger.
the window.
I can
No
hear the
way.
mouse grinning.
Is this... Hello!
The mother, my delving crew, mother.
Hi,
We
Mom.
have names.
Well, introduce yourselves. You have mouths.
Hi, I'm Charlotte. Your Aspen has been a very, very wonderful companion.
I'm Vanya, and Charlotte's right.
He said, pleased to meet you.
Vegas.
Husky, we're here to be the bearers of some bad news from further out west.
Oh, well, the bad news can wait for now. I am Mariska Kovalenko.
Oh my god.
My husband, Casimir, is the Patko of the village.
Oh, you didn't have to tell me.
The eyes widen to match the grin.
I knew it.
Honey Bear, have you been keeping secrets from your friends?
Left home because I did not like the implied responsibilities of being a child of the Bat God. Now everybody else knows I'm the child of the Bat God. I didn't want them to know that I am the child of a Bat God.
She's just standing there watching you, like, throw your little tantrum. She's seen this before.
It is as well. Like the pause are going with this as well. No word is without like bodily motion here, and it's just like, ugh, Mom,
Go to my room. Immediately goes back into the wagon.
Vanya's gonna look to Aspen for a moment and just be like, "Look, you're gonna make my life hell when we go back to Aniria, so I'm gonna get my
Definitely.
licks in now."
Anyway,
Well,
welcome to my home, everyone. Doubtless, Mother here is going to want to show appreciation and hospitality and all that.
of course, as is customary, going to throw a nice big feast. Welcome you back home, and congratulate you on becoming a Delver.
That was not really what I expected to do, but circumstance. Or for throwing a feast. Aspen's just gonna like lean over the edge, like of the the seat on the wagon, just like leaning down a little bit, hand to the side of the mouth to try and sort of make it a little bit sneakier. That one's a mouse. She is a vegetarian.
We have plenty of vegetarians in the village, dear.
Is that
You
just
know
out
this.
normal volume?
She's lowering her voice.
Okay.
But I just thought you should know so that she's not offered anything that would offend, you know.
Alright, well,
Also, that one will eat us out of house and home, pointing at Vegas.
Huh?
I haven't seen anyone who has an appetite to match yours, so we will see.
I think I found one.
I need to eat night constantly to maintain my glorious physique.
Chuckles loudly. Well, you will fit right in here.
Brilliant. Aspen, why are you making such a stink about this? This is great.
I am glad you think so.
Aspen tends to make a
Shit-eating
stink.
grin.
Aspen tends to make a stink about everything.
Oh, we
Oh
know.
boy, do I know it. Jinx.
There's a very loud chuckling coming from her.
I am feeling very attacked right now.
Good.
No, Honey Bear, you're just being perceived.
Charlotte's
not
trying to
want to
hold
be.
it in.
Well,
You said it's not saying a word. She just has this shit-eating smile on her face.
Well, you can show your friends around if you wish. We will make preparations so you can get settled in. I imagine you're not going to be staying for very long.
Yeah, not terribly long, but as long as we're here, we may as well not make rush of it. We have appointment because of the dog in Jägerwald. We also have to
Woof.
get this other mouse back to Jägerwald. But other than that, no exceptional rush, I suppose.
Marisha has been just sitting over here on the wagon watching this entire exchange, just kind of like lightly giggling to herself. Well, I will be in the Great Hall. Come by if you need to catch up beforehand.
His father there also.
Where else would he be?
I
I,
thought so.
I do need to speak with him.
With the Batko?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Follow me then. She just starts taking off.
Charlotte's gonna look to Aspen. You don't have to come. I can.
Look, the
They'll
secret's
know.
out of the bag. I love my family, even though they're a pain in the ass. I will come.
It's just you have to bring up the situation with Makar. I can.
Macabre?
Madhu.
Madhu. Where did I get Makar from? Anyway.
Makar's the player.
I'm a fool because Makar was posting and my wires crossed. With Madhu.
No, I should be there for that. Come,
right.
we will get wagons parked, we will go talk to my parents, and then I will show you around, and you can see all the places that Isfisk has to offer, including large underground caverns we are already over, filled with sunstone.
I'm good on caves for now.
These are actually nice caves, the farms.
I kind of want to see the sunstone.
You would like it, maybe you can steal some veggies.
We'll see.
Nobody's going to cry if you steal a tomato, is all I'm saying. And Aspen's gonna get the wagons moving again, so sort of get parked up vaguely near the longhouse.
I will say, with that, before we continue, we will go ahead and go on our break.
Yippee!
I'm also
I-
dehydrated. I
BRB.
need water.
I need
Mood.
coffee.
Hydrate,
Now.
hydrate.
Duo, I love you
Hydrate or
matching the
die
accent.
straight. Nobody wants to do that.
Well, it helps because I was just imitating a little bit of Svek's accent that I do for the other game.
I
Because
like it.
his accent is German, though it's way stronger.
Yeah. My accent's a mess, so it fits. It works. Alright, go get your drink.
I return.
Do you though?
Welcome back.
Don't threaten me. Yeah, I kind of agree with Viola there. It's like no one ever makes sure that a ski is being checked after for dietary needs as well. A ski also is vegetarian.
He's vegetarian?
Yes.
Look, I genuinely
She just
didn't
doesn't
know.
make as big a deal about it.
No, Vanya's just gonna let people know because she's one of those people.
Yeah, like I said, genuinely didn't know.
No, but cooking for one cooks for both, basically. So it's never really been an issue. It's just funny to me. And Viola brought it up as well.
Yeah.
I like that they give the doggy Stella. Oh no!
He's learning.
This has been a dire conversations turned into now it's time to embarrass Aspen.
Yep.
I've been waiting for
Into
this.
dire conversation that's about to happen, then back into embarrassing Aspen. The energy is peak, and I'm loving it. Oh gosh. I like the entire party has just decided this is the moment. By the way.
I've been waiting for this.
Right?
Ever since we had that conversation in Louvain where Vegas was like, "Oh, you're related to somebody important," huh? And Aspen was dodgy about it. This was that planted the seed. I've been waiting for this. This is going to be great.
I'm looking forward to the by proxy the sort of trip to our area where we find out about Aski and Vanya's little origins as well. Mostly because I don't know anything about Aski's little origins, and I want to know more. See if we can get some creepy Aski parentage going.
I don't think she has parents.
We will see.
Aspen's just like, what if my family... what if my friends didn't know that my family is basically royalty?
Vegas is like, I want my mommy.
Oh. I'm sure there's nothing horrifying going on with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Surely disappeared mysteriously
Oh, yeah.
when you were younger,
I'm sure it's fine.
right?
Yeah, you've only got the fucking world's creepiest basement.
I mean,
That is a pretty creepy basement.
and
Yeah, and nothing.
You're allowed
So I
to have your
thought-
creepy basement, it's fine. Weird allusions to very weird and definitely fucked up things.
I think you're just making unhealthy assumptions based on past experiences, and that's toxic.
Our own break.
Yeah.
Let me go make a drink.
Alrighty. I don't know what past experiences you're talking about. We've never found creepy dungeon basements before. Oh wait.
Oh boy, I've made yet another sale.
Oh, what sort of cardboard have we sold to someone now?
Kozilek. Decided to sell it off, seems I'm not getting that. Eldrazi deck.
Nice. Actually, is that nice? Is that a good one to sell?
That's about £7. That's like better than a poke in the eye.
Yeah, true. Get that sent off tomorrow.
Yeah, it's no, it's not like an Ulamog or something, but hey, it's It's money.
Bloomberg needs to hurry up. I know it's August, and I know I have to wait until August. But I hate that I have to wait till August.
Hey Jay, this one's going to Yorkshire.
Huh?
Somewhere
Oh,
called
really?
Holmfirth.
Say again, sir?
Holmfirth? In West Yorkshire.
It's close to... Yeah, it's pretty close to Leeds. Oh, I know what that is. Okay. Yeah. We'd like it around there, actually. It's pretty...
Also, I'm going to guess expensive based on the fact that they don't have street numbers. All the houses are named.
Yes. Yes. Not gonna go. I'll talk to you more about it later, because But
Yeah.
it's a fancier place.
Oh god, shit! This is all in the recording as well, isn't it? Everybody's hearing about my fucking card market bullshit.
Nah, no, it's not gonna matter. Yeah, it's it's not far from Leeds.
Fair enough.
From Leeds. Could be worse. You could be sending it to Grimsby or Hull.
Does Hull even get mail?
You know, sometimes. Oh, they probably wish
That
they
was
didn't.
loud.
Hello.
Sorry,
Returned.
I was watching the video.
The dog
happened.
falling off the stairs.
That happened to one of my dogs before. It scared me because she was really old.
I think that dog is too.
Yeah, that's why
Seems
you do
okay,
it, because
though.
the joints hurt to jump.
Mm-hmm. There's a double law drop today. One of them was less subtle than the other.
This, it was gonna happen.
Hey, it needed to.
Like, this was the thing I was like a little worried about. It was, I'll say this because I was actually talking about this in Beast World chat. Like, I understand, like traumatic backstories and like lapping with like how characters play. I made very sure that like Charlotte was gonna like kill you or leave the party. Now it was coming to an
Well,
understanding.
Yeah, you definitely need, especially if you want to keep playing the character, you definitely need to.
Yeah, I never want to override how anyone plays.
It is the hardest thing because I mean it's going to be even harder for Iggy technically because Dramphinians are all about getting rid of undeath. So,
but see, that's an interesting story. Coming to conflict of duty versus companionship and other things. And look,
Yeah.
I've played with you all for years. Like we love with each other, and like I actually spoke to Vera. Privately, it's like if things get like rough, no mean intentions or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like a joke, like, the party's gonna fracture, but like it realistically wouldn't. Like the worst that could probably happen was like trust was worn, and she's gonna just stick to like Aspen and Vegas, and a ski.
The thing there is if she was supportive of Vanya's direction with everything, then it would get awkward with a set and a ski, both also being, let's be real, there's almost half the party is is dodgy in one way, shape, or form. So
it's a shame about Priest having to work, because I wanted to see Iggy fight my mom.
Oh,
And funny.
I had a plan. If
Why would you want to see that? You know Iggy would lose.
Probably.
Yeah.
I had a plan if things were gonna go south. I was like, I'm getting ready, and then like it chilled out. Like, okay, that's why I posted the thing.
Yeah, there was no way. Like everyone, like we're in that where we're just like we've got to make sure that, especially if everyone wants to keep playing the same characters, we need to make sure that there's concessions made, even with characters that are strongly against that sort of thing. It
I think
is going to be interesting when Iggy gets back, so we'll see where that goes.
It helped playing Baldwin and Morty just being edgelord, goat, child soldier. That just and just kind of learn like, oh yeah, he's kind of screwed up, and
I was spending that whole campaign trying to justify why Listen was even part of a heist crew. It's just like, wait, why is this lawful good cleric in this party?
and we had to also arrange for that, like, oh yeah, Baldwin murdered like a dozen people in a village.
To be fair, that party did not do much robbing.
Fair. The only people they did actively wrong were all nasty people as well. So,
Yeah.
yeah, no, he was technically nasty, even though what happened to him wasn't exactly necessary.
I think that's
Fox mercenary that you guys had tortured
Oh, the
in
Crescent Claw
in
dude.
the warehouse. Yeah.
yeah. Baldwin learned torture doesn't work.
Yippee!
Oh.
In any case, Ignatius is going to be coming back to take a ride on the the roller coaster of cognitive dissonance, and I personally cannot wait to see the character drama that comes from that.
What I am very grateful for is that there's no way we can make him an oath breaker because his oath has nothing to do with killing undead. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble.
What if Iggy's god just came down as like, hey, that'd be scary.
If Dranthine cared, she would have gotten rid of all the undead by now. Let's be real.
Yeah, go say that to her.
You know, it'd be
Checkmate,
really scary.
Dramphinians.
What's that? Yeah. What's that? What would be scary?
Boo.
I
No, you
get
were
it. I
That was
get
scary.
it. The callback. It's the callback.
The callback of all time.
Just hearing the word Casimir, I'm sorry, that's the name of my Malkavian player buddy in
I
Vampire.
love that. Oh, Norman, speaking of which, I'll see you tomorrow with Cow.
Yes.
Listen.
And I'm gonna be Charlotte's best friend.
That's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, so is this like
It's
you
a
just
one-shot
gotten-
into a dungeon.
Yeah, into like a one shot. It's just like people you just like met like through the official Discord.
Yes.
Yeah.
Neat.
There's one of the folks that keeps making memes of this game is running a one shot in like a arcade style dungeon. Looks fun.
That is
But,
very cool. I need to join that Discord at some point.
The group Norman was in lost a player like last moment, and I saw they were asking for people in the chat there, and I was just like, yeah, I could fill in. So I was just like, what can I do to bring a character? And I was just like, fuck it, Cow, listen, let's go. She had Minotaur girlfriend. She can become Cow.
Woo!
Y'all haven't even found Dawn in this world yet.
I know.
We'll get there.
There's a lot of world to explore.
Yeah.
There's an awful lot. Yep.
I have so many NPCs. So many. Most of them I have not
Love
made
that
stat
guy.
blocks for, so...
I mean, that just means they're unkillable, and therefore you should unleash on us in a vengeful fury. But yeah, I was gonna bring a different character in, but I figured you guys, Norman, they were saying that the one they needed a tank, and I was specifically asked to bring a character with more strength because apparently the lot of you were weaklings.
Oh, we love a spaghetti arms party.
So
I've seen that many a time before.
retooled Cowlison to be strong but dumb. So it should be interesting. I'll be sure to report back if Norman doesn't, because it's gonna be fun.
I should play Dusk in a one-shot or something. That would be fun.
I am actually planning because so the game I run on Tuesday, I should say the game. This game is going to be running on my birthday. It'll be on Halloween, but I checked it ahead of time because I wanted to check some things out. But it is on a Thursday,
Yeah.
and I'm planning on doing a one shot for my Tuesday crew. I'm Dante already knows the plan, so but they don't know the layout, so it doesn't really matter. But I'm making the Spencer Mansion from Resident Evil 1 in Dungeon Draft. I'm splitting it into the two wings, and then splitting the second floors into two wings as well. So they're different
Hi, Max.
maps. But it should be interesting. Welcome back. But yeah, they're gonna have a nice spooky time in the Spencer Mansion.
I mean, the important thing is because it's your birthday, you won't be allowed to roll bad. Because that would
No.
just be mean to you on your birthday.
It's
Exactly.
going to happen, and I'm here for it because no one should have any special exceptions on their birthday.
You're a birthday girl. You wouldn't do this to a little birthday girl, would you?
I'm wearing glasses too?
Yeah.
I do wear glasses, actually.
Dork. Anyways.
Yes.
So you're just gonna bring me a birthday gift to my birthday party on my birthday?
Yes.
So, the rest of you are being led by Aspen for a location in the village to park the wagons. And Charlotte, you are being led into the Great Hall, which is the large longhouse in the middle of the village. It is a single building that spans quite a distance. Both ends and several side entrances exist, but you're led through what looks to be more like a main entrance at one of the more narrow ends. And once you're inside, you can see that the hall stretches quite openly from one end to the other. The roof itself is quite high, and there are several smokestacks to help alleviate smoke, as it looks like that they cook and prepare all the food right here in the middle, and then pass them out around very long tables on either side. There are a couple areas off to the side as well that are sectioned off, that could possibly be storerooms or maybe living quarters, where people sleep or stay. And you follow this very large Ursine woman as she heads towards, I would say closer towards the middle of the Great Hall, and pulls aside a curtain to a nearby room, where within you see another brown Ursine. Looks a little bit older. He has a very lustrous fur cape on that sort of acts as like just a cloak to protect against the elements and such. And he has a very nice, like, elaborate amount of some more traditional jewelry that is made not with just, like, gold or gems or anything, but a lot of like feathers and bones and stuff that would be more practical.
Probably a lot of obsidian.
And definitely a lot of obsidian. And he will stop whatever it is he is currently doing and look back this way. Da, dear, you bring somebody for me? Yes, this one is, with our offspring. They have returned to the village, and, they have brought company. This one had something more, pressing to bring up, required your attention, my love. Well, come in.
Charlotte will step in and
Push Aspen.
give a little space for Aspen and their father.
Yeah, Aspen's gonna have done everything to kind of keep up and just kind of like just like next to the curtain, just like leaning a little bit, just like this little wave.
Don't be shy, honey bear.
Ugh. You too. Fine. Aspen will walk in as well. We have important news that does not require you to call me honey bear. Before you can embarrass me further, you should see this. Aspen will pull out the bangle and pass it over.
What village did this come from?
Iskadu. It's Maru's.
Madu's? What happened to Madu?
We killed him.
What? Wait. Madu.
I was going to explain. We did kill him.
Well,
Maybe don't lead with that.
Charlotte, let Aspen talk.
Yeah, my parents, they understand.
Alright.
Madu was necromancer traitor. That raised a big, gribbly, skull-faced thing. Faced a horse skull for some reason, like, that's not a predator. Anyway, big, nasty animal, ghost, demon, necromancer thingy, was killing people in the forest. And he was sort of luring people there, and forest was all magically enchanted to make people get lost, and turns out Madu necromancer controlling everything. We killed the beast because we heard of the problems and we were rescuing the other mouse, the dungeon scout. And when we killed the beast, Madu attacked us and we had to defend ourselves.
Okay. Well, that is a lot that you bring back to us. I will see to it that you will take care of this, and Mariska just kind of like gives a slow nod. Okay. Well, we will have whatever damage control needs to be done, but it is a good thing that you took care of that problem.
I do not think anyone else there. Well, the grandson that I talked to had suspicions, but nobody knew. Nobody had any proof, so. The villagers are innocent. That is the reason why we had to come back, so I had to let you know. Especially Madu being Madu, you know. He's been in our home for crying out loud. But if it wasn't for that, I was trying to convince Party to skip town and just head straight for Jägerwald.
We've known he's been around for some time. He's definitely much older. But we did never suspected he was a necromancer or anything like that.
Participating in innocent delving groups to their death so he could empower the spooky thing.
Very peculiar. Well, anyways, it is good to see you home, Aspen. Even if you are here for a short time.
Duh, thank you. Although I still will not be getting married or having children while I'm here. So do not go on about that.
Well, I don't really have any say in that, but one of your suitors is here.
Oh, I thought they would have both gone with the spring open.
No, Sanya is still here.
Okay.
She figured if she's hung around long enough, you would return. It looks like she was right.
I did not tell anyone how long I was going to be gone. I walked down to the Bristol Inn of all places. Like, how long does a person have to wait? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Yes. Well, who are all your friends?
Oh, this is my delving crew. This mouse is Vanya. The spooky sheep is a ski. Charlotte, you have met or talked to at least, yeah. Vegas.
Hello.
Is that? Am I missing anyone?
Salutation.
Germany, that is
and-
no present.
For not appearing in this film.
This mouse is not one of the delving crew, just person we rescued and then take to a Jägerwald. And we are missing a dragon. But that's okay, he's a Dramphinian, there's no big loss.
Business.
Vanya's gonna
Yep.
laugh at that.
You're traveling with a Dranfinian. Very interesting. Guess that means you will not be getting in too much trouble while you're gone from home.
We have already gotten into trouble. The laughter says everything.
He is also chuckling.
I don't think Aspen really cares what Ignatius thinks.
He is certainly a presence, and he can fight. I do appreciate that, but he is still a Dramphinian. If I ever return to town with him, you should challenge him to fight, mother. It would be fun.
Wait,
You know your
I'm
mother
sorry?
doesn't fight Dramfinians.
But does she
Not
fight?
good for her image.
Well, it would just be a friendly match. Friendly sport. You know, before I left, some of the other younger members of the village were talking about setting up a little ring for SHL style. I don't know if they ever got around to that.
Go on.
It was set up for a bit, but we started to use it as a new pin for animals.
Da, I thought so.
We don't get many travelers out this way.
I think some of the younger ones thought maybe they had a chance at becoming one of them, but dreams.
No,
So-
they should head up to health and love.
Do you have any siblings then, or is this just you?
It is just me. If I had siblings, maybe they would take responsibility.
Lucky.
No. Anyway, they will talk of a feast.
You come home with company, and you come home a Delver now. So that is reason to celebrate.
They're really good at it too.
I did not think you would be so happy about that.
Yeah. Happy is the relative. Always happy to see Aspen. But
I will take that.
perhaps your time delving will lead you to find a better path than just going around and fighting monsters.
There it is. Well, I am home, there is food, and there is a large group of people who have never tried Orion food.
Then we will have to ensure that we cook a bit of everything then.
I think that would be for the best. Oh, do we have mammoth? Has there been a hunt?
Yes, we have pulled in mammoth recently.
Ah, brilliant. That is still the best food.
Vanya's gonna look to a ski with this sort of, I wish for once they'd shut up about these damn mammoths in silent speech.
Ski just kind of chuckles in response, seemingly unprompted, but I don't know. Probably a few context clues could piece it together for others.
Oh, I also promised Liz a lot they could see the cavern farms.
That should not be the problem. As long as nobody touches the stones.
Nobody will touch the sunstone, you have my word. And if they do, I will take their hands.
Good.
Understood.
Well, when everyone else is ready, if you have anything you need to say or whatever.
Nice to meet you both.
Uh,
Aspen hasn't said a word.
She's very polite, this one.
Look,
I guess
I'm
I
from
blame
out near
you.
here. We like to introduce each other to everything and ask lots of really annoying questions, and Aspen didn't answer any of those questions.
I didn't want everybody to know the political situation of me being the child of Batco.
Know that you have a responsibility to your family.
Preferred everybody to think I was just a random wandering fighter. It's easier to hone craft from grandmother's journal when there are less expectations put upon you.
Well,
And then you don't have to constantly go back and forth to Jägerwald for various meetings and discussions with other Batcos.
well, I'd have a few more things to take care of, but if you and your friends want to spend time in the hall before food is prepared, you may. I imagine Mariska will be back after a little bit.
Duh.
It is good to see you home, though, Aspen.
It is good to see you in good health.
You will have to talk to Sanya.
I'm
I'm not doing it for you.
Damn.
It's just ear to ear grin.
Anyway, we will leave you to it. Aspen's gonna head out of the room into the hall. Just point out to Vanya along the way, just like, see, this is what you do with big home. This is our home, it is also a home of others, we use it for the winter huddle. It is good space, it is shared space, it is not just a giant home for one single family. Glares at Vegas.
What did I do?
You didn't do anything, your parents just used one giant house that could house many people for
You
one
don't
family.
have,
It is...
like, rooms?
All right,
But
well, next
you were
time
just
I bump
in
into
one.
them, I'll let them know how great it is here.
I mean, curtain makes room, duh.
It's true.
Privacy is not a big factor in winter huddle. But there's a good sense of community.
So, who's Sanya?
It's someone I will be avoiding with every fiber of my being.
Is Sonya your age?
Is
What
she
do they look
mean?
like?
Are you promised to Sonya?
Not promised, but you would think Sonya thinks they're promised.
Oh no.
Hey, Vegas.
Well, good luck avoiding them with
Very-
only one room to work with.
Persistent.
What's she like? What are her hobbies?
Does annoying me count as a hobby?
Yes.
I mean, I'm enjoying it. So, yeah,
Oh.
probably. Vanya's gonna try to climb Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't stop her?
No, I'll help you up.
Okay, yeah, you've got Vanya on your shoulders then.
Mhm.
Just kind of probing towards Aspen, just leaning over. So, who are we looking out for so we can help you avoid them?
Unsurprisingly, given Isfisk, another bear. Much lighter fur.
Vanya, actually, because I haven't given you any of the details for these.
No, I was just making stuff up. You go ahead.
Yeah, Sonya is a white wolf.
Oh.
Okay.
She's about Aspen's age, maybe a little bit older. Relatively tall. Pretty lithe build. But, very orientated. Native, basically.
How many white
Mhm.
wolves have we seen?
Since you've come in, none.
None. Okay, so she's probably gonna stand out.
Like a sore thumb.
And she's probably very nice. Aspen's just... Aspen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Aspen's just not much of a people person.
What, you mean with their love of crowds and
That's right.
sharing?
Gonna kick Aspen so Vegas' attention could be brought.
Duh.
Can you show me the defunct SHL ring?
We can find it. Is it in the longhouse here, or is it
It would be
Thanks.
outside.
inside? Okay, let's go looking for what is left of a SHL ring.
What you remember as being a the definition of the ring that the kids were putting together had a pretty decent length to it, but it was pretty much a practical ring. And while they're originally were trying to put up stands there, those are gone now, and the actual ring itself has been like brought up a little bit in height. And it is
So
basically
it's a pen.
it's a farm animal pen now. There
Oh, I
are
don't have the seats left or anything. Oh, well, that is the ring.
there's a lot
That's too
of
bad.
quiet-minded farm animals, mostly cows.
And the kids built this?
Well, originally. You can sort of see where they built the ring, and it's been extended a little bit up with the fences.
It went to better use, I guess. It's a shame, though.
Space is sort of a premium, and if there's no one using it. It's okay, though. If you want to fight someone here, then I'm sure we can fight the space.
Huh?
You could fight my mother.
Oh,
Huh?
I want to see that.
I
want to
Thanks,
see why
Aspen.
everyone's so scared of her.
Yeah, based on the claims that Aspen has made, I don't want to die.
Mini SHL match.
I won't
She
kill
probably
you.
will not
I mean,
kill you.
I'll heal you. You won't die.
Will you?
I'm going to.
Without me asking this time?
Oh, wow.
You're not gonna die.
She is far more practiced in her skills than I am, and if I can be restrained enough to not cut you to ribbons, then she will be fine. You will be mostly
Wait.
fine.
Has your mother killed people?
Duh.
Oh.
How many?
Duh.
Oh. It looks down to Vegas.
Just like you say,
It
Vegas'
wouldn't
fist
be the-
clenched at his side.
Wouldn't be the
I
first
cannot
time.
turn down such an opportunity.
You don't have to do it, Vegas.
Duh, if you want to chicken out, you can.
It looks over to a ski. What
I
was
haven't
he
hit
saying?
something in a little bit.
It wouldn't be the first time he's been beaten within an inch of his life anyways, so...
I mean, you should have seen how Aspen left him in Louvain.
Yeah, Aspen kind of folded me and my clothes at the same time.
All in one convenient fold. I'm sure that Aspen's mother will be even more efficient then. It'll be entertaining to see
At
on
least
that
3
front.
times as efficient, duh.
So there's a metric to this. 3 times better?
Well, 3 times as efficient at folding Vegas, duh.
There's a...
But only because she will probably have some fun with it, too.
Come again.
Well, I don't know when the last time she got a fight was. Not many people around here are willing to challenge her in any friendly sparring or otherwise.
Oh, so she's actually really skilled, is what you're trying to get at.
I think there
That's
are
what it
reasons
sounds
why I
like.
cannot tell you exactly how skilled, but
Okay. Lean down to Vegas. Maybe you should stop this. Not actually do it.
Vegas is scratching his chin, like,
Anyway, I will put the word around that there's going to be a fight between you and my mother so people can come and spectate, and we eat first and then you fight when mother is back.
Okay. Fine. But if
Concern
this messes
hands.
me up for my actual fight in Jaegervault, I'll be upset with you, I guess.
Hey, we're like a week away from Jaegervault. You'll have time to recover.
Duh, and maybe you end up with more fans just because you're willing to try.
After all, what else is left off?
Just stroke that ego, baby. Yeah, I'll do it.
Between the length of the trip and Charlotte's abilities, I think any broken bone should be able to heal well before you reach Jaegervault.
Duh.
And the set did that, the healing magic too, so the set could probably help you.
I
Precisely.
have no doubt.
Wait, does healing magic work on concussion?
It
Maybe.
can.
Brought me back out of whatever you put me into.
That is true.
That was a potion.
Exactly.
We should start calling those Vegas' special sippy juice.
My juice.
I should probably carry more of them.
Duh. They're very useful. Anyway, anybody who wants to see the caverns, I am going there next.
Yeah, I want to see
So
these
there's farms
stones.
down there?
Underground,
both-
apparently.
Spoke at once.
I would like to see, but only briefly.
Duh, okay. There is access from inside the hall.
Alright, so you lead them back inside, and one of the rooms, kind of like opposite of where your father's room is, has a direction that leads downward. And it kind of curves around for a second before coming back into where the Great Hall would be, but it is descending. And you come into a small underground cave network beneath the Great Hall. And it spans out in the almost the same amount of length, possibly a bit further. And while the ceilings aren't super claustrophobic, they're also not very high either compared to the Great Hall's buildings. But the change in temperature is one of the more noticeable things. It's a lot warmer in here as you enter in, and you notice that there is a sense of heat that is being given off. Very akin to sunlight. And you can see that there are basically fields of crops and small gardens that are growing here underground. And along some of the walls, and sometimes in the middle of these crops, you'll see a very large red stone that it seems to be the source of light down here, and also the source of the heat. You notice there are several farmhands that are currently working about gathering and cultivating some of the crops. One of which kind of like stops and looks over towards you, Aspen. This is a older canine you would recognize. Oddly enough, very shaggy. Face is covered by their fur.
Totally not an inspiration.
Aspen, that you?
It's me. I am home for a short while and bringing friends, giving little tour. Thought I would show them, one of the more interesting parts of Oria.
Of course. You get back soon?
I am back for a little bit now, then I don't know how long we will be away before next return. But, apparently there's a feast tonight.
Oh, well, we will try to get as much of the crops prepared then. Make sure that everybody is getting fed.
Do you
with
think,
leftovers.
my dear Nosewife, do you think maybe we could have little taster, just especially for these two, the sheep and the mouse? I think they would like a taster of some of the vegetables.
Well, we can grab some of the ones that are the closest to the sunstones. Those are the freshest.
You two, come, take.
Looks over to a ski with a shrug, hops off of Vegas.
All right.
The large canine, also wrapped up pretty heavily, despite the temperature down here, leads you like closer towards where the larger sunstone is in the middle of the fields, and kind of gestures towards some of the nearby crops that are growing from around it. There's various different types of corn that are growing. There are some there's a pot of like potatoes that are growing nearby. I'm trying to think what else. I believe there's some radishes as well. Various different types of vegetables.
Tomatoes.
What's up?
Tomatoes.
I didn't hear you.
Tomatoes.
Tomatoes.
There should be tomatoes. I don't know why, I just think there should be.
Alright, tomatoes as well. There's
Yeah.
plenty of variety to choose from.
Definitely gonna go for one of the tomatoes, yeah, and hook that over to a ski.
So yeah, now when you got into Oreo and had to deal with all the cold and everything, you were not thinking about fresh fruit and vegetables as a primary thing, but we have good options. I think you will be happy.
How hot is the sunstone this close?
It's not unbearable. Especially since you have your ring of temperature control.
Well, it's only for cold, but I mean, she's
Yeah.
from the Cosmec, so
I mean, even
think-
you two have a pretty decent heat tolerance. It's not not that bad.
I was gonna say it's because I think Ski's from around the same area, right?
Yeah, a ski is also from our area. I mean, closer to the Batyan, but very much still in the Bilik area.
It's a hotness.
Probably saw like decent summer's day up close for you then.
Yeah, so yeah, Vanya's gonna take one for herself and then throw one over to a ski as well. And just nod a thanks to the K9 fella.
Thank you, Noswise.
Of course. But no
It's
more
funny
free
to-
helpings before the feast.
I do not need my hand slapped again.
Do you want to try first or me, Ski?
Ski, sure, she'll gladly sample just while also remarking just the thought of a world that's so dark and cold up above. You have to descend down to get any heat and warmth. It's like someone turned Darnaria upside down.
I like that, actually.
That's an interesting thought.
You are so far away, it might as well be.
It's so cold up top without this. She'll show the ring off.
No, you just need to eat more. You need to build up layers.
I'm not sure that's how that works, but I'll take
It
your
is
word
how it
for
works, Vanya.
it. Looks to
Yeah.
Vegas, sneers.
It's exactly how it works, in fact.
How many layers do you think I have, Vanya?
I don't know, you an onion all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Look,
Question.
Go ahead, get into your ass on act onions.
if I have to count, how many are you wearing? Because you've got that jacket, and that's about it.
No, you can't turn my own joke on me. I quit.
Look, you wear it well. I just don't think I would.
Damn right.
Isn't it like 3 times bigger than you? That jacket is like 3 times bigger than Vanya in like every regard.
No, I'm
Yeah.
talking about. You know what? Never mind.
Oh.
She's just gonna start eating the tomato and walking back over to a ski in the oven.
I reckon this jacket could fit about 3 to 4 Vanyas.
That's a good guess.
Actually,
Actually,
3
maybe-
Vanyas in a coat would be a good little experiment.
I wish we'd stop using me as a measuring yardstick, though.
Well,
Who
if
do you
you're
want to
more
use
than a yard.
instead?
Holy shit.
Oh, come on now. She's exactly half my height.
There's a big old smirk on Aspen with that.
Vanya's like Arthur-style fist sort of clenches at her side, and she just says, "I am tall, thank you very much. Just not as tall as the rest of you."
You're tall for a mouse.
Exactly.
Well, I was friends with a Marine named Rennet who's almost 6 feet.
Were they a mouse or a rat?
Rat.
Exactly. I
not
am
even
told
tall for
for
a Marine.
Vegas
would've been
gets
capybara.
down. Vegas gets down onto the ground and looks up at Vanya and says, "This is what you look like saying that."
She just the other fist is clenched and her ears start like
Do it.
getting
Do
back
it.
a
Fight back.
little bit. And she just looks Vegas right in the eyes. I guess the blood takes a while to travel up to your head sometimes, huh?
It travels.
I am tall for a mouse. Actually, one of the taller people, like myself, that you'll see. I know I'm not as tall as you. That's
I'm
obvious.
sorry.
You are very tall for a mouse. It's just you are still a mouse.
I don't like this. We're supposed to be bullying Aspen.
I think it's a lovely change of pace.
I'll just wait until the feast. I'm sure they'll be getting plenty of that.
Well,
Oh, true.
I want to ask about that.
What about the
Aspen
beast?
has a suitor?
A
don't-
white wolf named Sanya, apparently.
Are you being arranged in it?
I already asked that.
No, I am not arranged. It's just there are certain expectations within the culture, and especially being the child of a Patko, the whole legacy thing. You know, most people would expect someone like me to have a child already.
That sounds
Oh.
really annoying. But yeah, actually, I thought that was kind of weird.
So, while there is no arrangement, things are certainly encouraged.
So you just don't like Miss Sanya? Or...
Sonya is nice. I don't know.
Not someone you would marry.
Not now, not at this point in my life.
I mean, I kind of get it. My parents tried to set me up with people a few times, but
I wouldn't have been able to marry Samson.
you have expectations too?
Yes, and he was my driver.
Oh, okay.
It wouldn't have been able to happen, but
Wait, Vegas, does that mean you're set up with someone?
Huh?
I mean, all of the... So Charlotte was set up with somebody, potentially Aspen
I
has
wasn't.
kind
But
of...
I wouldn't have been able to marry Samson.
The three of you seem... I guess Charlotte might have been part of nobility once. Vegas, you were part of nobility. Kind of still are. Kind of.
Vanya, in all honesty, I think my family expected me to die when I went out.
I mean... Okay. Grim.
I wasn't. Yeah, no. I wasn't promised any sort of marriage.
Oh, that is a little grim. I don't think they crossed my family's mind.
I don't know.
I have to believe that I'm one of the few people here who's actually free to do as she pleases.
I mean, I am. They didn't exactly expect me to go with the people they tried to set me up with. It's just kind of, look, here's a boy you might like, or here's someone else you might like. It's just kind of, eh.
Now you will see my parents are very encouraging about Sonya.
Do what you want, Aspen. I believe in you.
I have been doing what I want.
Keep doing what you want.
Well, you should have this choice, you know. You shouldn't be forced to marry someone you're not sure or don't want. It's just going to be miserable down the road.
Honestly, all I want out of life is to hone my craft, and my craft is the axe. do not like all the expectations of family and relationships and, oh, who are you going to have children with, Aspen? No, when are you going to give us a grandchild, Aspen? No, I just want to be me, doing my thing, not a partner type.
Well, we're not going to be here very long.
The
Back on the road, and there'll be more delving to do. We're going to see Jaeger Vault. There'll be other things to do.
Although, if I do not manage to avoid Sanya, do not take my griping as a damnation of their personality. She's nice. And you should be nice to her.
I understand.
Sounds really tiring, I've got to be honest.
Duh. But that's life. Unfortunately, when you both grow up here, you tend to both know all the hiding places.
So you just don't hide in any of the hiding spaces?
You sort where we live, there's not much else to do.
I mean, you could leave it to me and Aski. We could keep Sanya away.
I can help.
We have our ways, I suppose.
I'm sure we can keep her talking, yes.
I would rather just stay together. That way I have backup if the worst happens.
I mean, if anything, we could be a distraction at least. Just talk.
Look,
I
I'm
think
really...
it's not that deep. I think Aspen has this perfectly under control.
Fair.
Also, maybe Sanya will end up with crush on one of you and then leave me be.
It is hard not to fall in love with me.
Sure.
Very sort of playful, sort of swooning motion just says, oh, Vegas is dreamy after all. At the same time, sort of leaning against Vegas's leg, like faking the faint.
Oh, by the
Y'all
way, if
play
you...
into, like, oh, let me catch you.
Just leans into the catch, just going all in. Yeah.
And then I pick you up and spike you into the grenade.
She'd deserve it, let's be real.
Aspen, your friends are very strange.
You're telling me. Keeps life interesting, though. I have new, very eclectic group of friends.
What'd you say this dude's name was?
Nosewise.
Huh.
I was waiting to see who reacted first.
I think it took a moment for Cal to realize.
I've got some mad brain latency today, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think it took for like the second calling of the name for Norman to notice. Because they went into Discord, it's like, hold up a second.
Well, how about you show us around the rest of the place? Do you have any libraries?
Oh.
No, Aspen. Show me where the cool kids hung out.
I do not know who is the cool kids.
Anybody who's outside because they're cold.
Ooh.
We got jokes for days in this group.
I mean, it was the rain and everybody was cold on that. But, no. I don't know, there's lots of places to go. There is, places to drink, and we do have stores of books that may not be really a library in comparison to what we saw in Louvain. Is much smaller and less spatially defined.
Do you have a jeweler's?
We have a smithy that could probably make some good jewelry. Much of what my father was wearing was made here, so...
Well,
Maybe
you know,
could
like,
get that obsidian that you wanted.
Awkward without Iggy.
Oh,
I would have to go and steal some.
but steal some?
Da, we steal obsidian from dragons. It is sort of rite of passage. That is how I got mine.
What? Like stealing from a caravan, robbing it from a house?
No, from Laird.
Have you ever done it?
Yeah,
And you never told us?
I did not think it was important.
That's bold.
I mean, we've met Aspen, right? Out of all of us, who does it make sense the most to have robbed a dragon of some obsidianite? And I could see Vegas trying.
You
Yeah,
do?
Vegas would die.
Why? Why?
Because you
I
could.
mean, why?
No, I want your read on me. Why would I do it?
Why would you do it? Because bragging rights?
Yeah, exactly.
That is pretty much the whole reason.
But I'm respectful, so I'm not going to.
Riz's eyebrow dubiously.
Sweating.
Well, why do you need to find a jeweler's, Charlotte?
I needed to get something.
You don't have to be so vague. What's going on?
She's gonna draw a deep sigh. I forgot something before we went to the woods.
What was it?
A component for a spell that would have brought you back from the dead should have happened.
What was the component?
Squints.
A diamond, at least 300 gold pieces worth.
That's kind of important to know that you need.
Yes.
I cannot guarantee anything, but we may have something like that somewhere in town.
If you do, that would be great.
We should probably grab a few, just in case. It's only going to get more dangerous.
Yeah, just in case your mom ends me.
Da, this is good precaution.
All right.
It's very, very unlikely, but not impossible.
Look, I'll make sure if something goes wrong, I can fix it.
Well, let's go find them.
I guess we'll have to find jewelry then.
Okie doke.
Alright.
Aspen will lead to the places that they know.
Okay. You start by going over towards the smithy, because it's the most likely place where they're going to have any kind of minerals of sorts. And asking around there, none of them particularly have diamonds or diamond dust that would work for that kind of spell crafting component. But one of them, one of the blacksmiths kind of looks to you, Aspen, and is like, wouldn't your mother have something like that?
She probably would. It's a good point. I did not want to impose, but duh.
Well, you're her offspring, so that's up to you.
While I'm here, do you have any spare obsidian?
We got some smaller chunks. Do you want them?
Small would do, yeah. Duh, yeah, I would like the chunks of obsidian.
He kind of scrounges up a couple of scraps that have been discarded from a nearby table. Just kind of like holds them up into a bag and hands them to you. It's like 2 pounds worth.
I could make some little baubles out of that. That'd be very nice. I think Charlotte will be very interested in these.
Okay.
What do I owe you for those?
Don't worry about it.
Are you sure?
It's fun.
Okay. Well, does anybody else need anything?
Pat on the back would be nice.
And
Not
jumps.
presently.
Pats on the back.
Yeah.
I don't know, really. I don't think so.
This is just a smith, right?
Yeah, it's just a blacksmith.
Hmm. What kind of? I have chainmail, right?
I don't know, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Look down.
What are you
Hey,
wearing?
hey, Norman, look down and spell attic. Yeah, I have chainmail. What's the next step up from that?
Splint, I think.
It's heavy.
Yeah, I would say chainmail's heavy armor, so...
Yeah.
I'll fetch my favorite page in the world. Armor.
I mean, I have armor proficiency. I'm a fighter. That's no
it
surprise.
might be splint.
It is splint.
And how much more armor class bonus does that grant me?
+1.
1.
Yeah.
Could I still show my midsection if I had splint armor,
Probably have to cut it.
flavor-wise?
I mean,
I mean, technically-
you can do what you want with the armor. I don't care.
Ooh, so how much is splint armor, baby?
Ba-ba-ba.
Grocery shop for dinner.
Yeah, splint armor will run you 200 gold.
That's really good.
I can afford that.
And just like the chainmail, you have disadvantage on stealth checks.
Until I get the armored feat, or whatever it's called. But, okay. This is doable. I am requesting permission to dip into the party fund so I don't drain myself in this one transaction.
I have done more spending out of party funds than anyone else so far, so I'm fine with it.
Any other objections?
Nothing from me.
No.
Go for it.
Okay, I will take 100 from the party fund, and then 100 of my own to buy this windmill or armor.
Okay. Go ahead and subtract those funds.
I'll do it from the treasure.
I did it from my end.
Alright. And then I've added splint armor to you. You'll have to make sure to
So cool.
equip it yourself.
I thought you were about to say you're gonna have to draw that yourself.
I mean, you will. If
I
you're,
will.
that is a you thing, because this is also
Yeah.
Orion themed armor.
I think that's cool. I'll get back to you in a couple days with a draft or some shit. Okay, great, excellent. That takes care of me.
Oh, while we are here, there's going to be, hopefully, a little playful sparring match between my friend here and my mother later after the
Like-
feast.
Vegas cartoonishly like gulps, just in the corner.
Is your mother going to kill your friend?
Yeah.
Hopefully not.
Why would
But-
she fight him?
The exhibition match, everybody in my group wants to see my mother is... Why I have mentioned that she is scary. So, spread the word, if you would. I think some spectators would be a very good thing. He is SHL fighter, so he likes big crowd.
True.
Well, hopefully he get a big crowd for his funeral too.
Duh.
Look, no one's dying.
You're very
And he
helpful.
will
I
be fondly
appreciate that.
remembered.
Vegas is like staring into the distance. What have I done?
It's like the more and more people talk about Aspen's mom, like, maybe this was a mistake.
This is like, yeah, it's getting.
Maybe this woman can wipe the floor with you.
Vanya
I have no
patting
doubt.
Vegas
Did you
on
see
the
what
leg.
Aspen did to me?
Yes, I did.
And Aspen likes me. That's the thing.
To be fair, I think you are both veterans of the same war, so that has to count for something.
On God.
Duh.
Cool.
Which one?
The Invader War.
No, I meant which god?
Oh, never mind.
Look, the only one you're going to get any distance with up here is Pirro. I'll just leave it at that.
She's the only one that really matters that much anyway when it comes to life and death, so
Duh.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
Imagine following
Yeah.
Janveen.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Sure. Yeah.
anything else before you return to the Great Hall for your feast?
I need to see if I have Smith's tools, because that's the thing I'm gonna
I'm
need.
pretty sure you do.
So I want to make sure. Sorry, my background has been noisy and distracting. I'm trying to keep it down. There was something concerning the diamonds, or has that not been reached yet?
The notion that Aspen got is that their mom can provide.
Okay, making sure.
And yes,
Thank
you
you.
do have Smith's tools.
Okay.
Alright,
then
anything
I'm good.
else? Alright. Me trying to push the scene along.
Sorry.
Yeah, I've had nothing.
Come on, I want to see the ass beating.
You've given me a place where I can freely roleplay, and Jade can tell you that. And it's just yeah.
It's
Well,
Aspen's
I know.
story.
there's gonna be plenty more role playing. It's just we need to move to the next area.
Yeah.
So, as time begins to wind down, and you spend more time kind of like perusing the village, getting a feel for things, you do notice that over time people are starting to crowd closer towards the Great Hall. And once inside, you can tell that there are several, like many different people preparing food, using the very large fire pits strung across the middle, some of which are being used to like boil stew, others which are like straight up roasting meats. So the smell of food is very heavy in the air, like throughout the entire hall. Like you can smell it before you even enter. And there are several, like, plumes of smoke, like, trailing up towards the ceiling and out the smokestacks. And, as you are all heading in, can I get party perception checks?
Oh
Oh
boy.
boy.
Okay.
Sure, this is definitely not at all foreboding.
It's fine. I'm home. What could possibly go wrong?
I see everything.
As always, you've been on point with these perception checks.
Yeah,
I mean,
except for that nat 1 at the beginning.
the funniest call for the roll is just like, all right, who sees the suitor first?
Yeah.
Well, apparently it's a set with a 25.
I'm just sitting here like, so I've heard.
your eyes wander through the crowd, and you pick out someone who definitely stands out amongst the group. And you see, dressed in similar Orient fashion as most people, though a lot darker, more blacks and grays here and there. You see a silver-looking wolf, and she is very gorgeous. And she is currently smoking something of some sort off to the side. But if you had to guess, this is probably the suitor that Aspen was warning about. But she is absolutely stunning individual.
Oh, damn.
Love. In love. I love this.
Damn.
Oh.
Damn, why'd he get married?
I mean, out of character.
Oh, I love her.
Yeah. So you see that. Ski and Vanya, you both notice that there is an area of the tables closer towards one end that have looked like they've been set aside, and you can see what looks to be a spot up at the head where Kazmir is currently sitting, and somewhere nearby you can see Mariska is currently kind of like directing a little bit of the food flow at the moment. But there are several seats that have been set aside that look like they are meant for Aspen and all of their friends to join in.
So yeah, Vanya's gonna have been up on Aspen's shoulders and just kind of, I think we've got to go that way.
And
Yeah,
I have
the
one more
water.
perception to go through. Charlotte, something catches your eye as you're looking around, and you see a small, like, faint glow. And it's
Oh.
unusual, because
Oh.
at first you think it's, like, sparks coming from the flames, like embers. But it's nowhere near where the fire pit is. It's coming from one of the walls, and as you kind of like direct your attention towards that way, you see a somewhat familiar, faint, sandy-like glow coming from a staff on the wall.
I know what this is.
Up and touching with objects, several cutscenes to trigger.
This is before dinner. This is going to mean a disaster. I know Final Fantasy 14.
Good.
So,
Do not
Charlotte,
bring that hell upon us.
Charlotte is going to move past. She's going to move from the group, and she's going to approach it.
Okay. You see on the wall is a relatively decent-sized, gnarled-looking staff, and it's got a couple of different decorations to it. It seems to be ritualistic in design, but it is very simple. It is not complicated in a lot of the carving patterns or such in it. And some of the like cloth that has been woven into the wood is not super dramatic in terms of like any patterns or such. There's a noticeable like red and blue coloration though. And as you get closer, you can get that stronger sense of like this echo that is dormant within this staff.
Is this staff barricaded or sealed in any way?
It's just sitting up on the wall. There are several other like staffs and what appear to be like sort of like ornate weaponry that seem to be more like decor.
I'm going to touch it.
You're gonna touch the staff?
Yes.
Hell yeah, baby. Trigger the cutscene.
Okay.
Let's fucking go.
So you touch the staff. And your vision's pulled away for a moment. And you are pulled back into the village for a bit. And you see the staff in hand, currently being held by Mariska, who you've already met as Aspen's mother. And
Yep.
you see in front of her is a relatively tall red deer, broken horns on their head, and I would say about maybe like 7 feet tall. So about, I'd say a little bit taller than Aspen's mom, but not by a lot. And they're currently kind of like kneeling down in front, and they've got like this traditional Orient garb on, but they also seem to have almost a weird kind of like, not armor, but more of a somewhat quasi like military looking kind of like Orient apparel, like in their fabric. And you could see that they are being presented with this staff, seemingly as a gift. And it is exchanged into their hands, and they are returning back gratitude for such. And after a little bit, the vision jumps, and you see the village again, this time with the red-tailed deer returning, carrying the staff in tow, with another staff in their hand, very similar in design, but much larger and far more intricate than the one they originally were presented with. And as they return to the village, you see them approaching Mariska again, offering very courteous bow, and they are essentially returning the staff to them. It seems that whatever purpose that it originally was being used for was fulfilled and was being returned back to her service. But slightly unclear as for what purpose. And the red-tailed deer gives a very courteous smile, and you kind of watch as they walk off into the flurry of snow in the distance and disappear from sight. And after a little bit, your vision pulls back into the Great Hall.
Question.
Yes.
Would I be able to somehow, based on the outfits, be able to determine like the date or like time? Because like I'm like proficient history. I'm wondering if
Yeah.
this may have been related.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say a check will be needed. Looking at the clothing that they were wearing initially, from when you first saw them to the clothing they were wearing when they came back, the deer specifically, you noticed, who was wearing a little bit more somewhat quasi-military-ish Orient garb, was wearing a lot more common clothing, which was a little unusual, because they came back and they seemed to appear more prominent, or at least more confident. So whatever they were undergoing, they possibly accomplished, but they looked less militarized than before.
Yeah, Charlotte's gonna be
But,
out of service for 1 minute.
A good bit of time has passed. I would say that you would probably reasonably suggest that it likely was several years between those 2 points. Maybe 3 or 4.
Charlotte, would she be able to return to her senses now?
Yeah, the vision didn't last super long. I imagine the rest of the party would have probably kept moving, so they probably, maybe, could have noticed Charlotte's stopping off to the side.
Yeah.
Depends on how much some people are drooling over the wolf.
Where is Charlotte going?
The married woman has priorities.
I mean, Aoife's got a girlfriend. She'd definitely, like, pay attention. She'd definitely, like, notice this.
I'm spoken for, and it's complicated.
It's like, but I could have 2 wolf girlfriends.
I was gonna say it's good to start collecting wolves.
Just said
Gotta
her
catch
anime.
them all.
This baby can hold so many wolves.
Let me. Wow.
Jesus.
Let me check something a second. No, Vanya's distracted.
Nah. You said definitely notices like Charlotte stopping by the thing.
Aspen's probably making a beeline straight to talk to their mother, so.
Charlotte's gonna just slowly withdraw from the stabs and try to figure out where she is right now.
Yeah, all the sound of the very active Great Hall just kind of rushes into your ears at once, like you've just like emerged from being underwater.
Is there anyone else of my group I would see?
It sounds like Aset's pretty close by.
Yeah, going to approach Aset.
Hey, are you okay?
I had one of those echoes. The thing
Mhm.
from that one dungeon. That one place. It seems Aspen's mother's a very important figure.
Do tell.
Well, I saw that she was handing one of these staffs to a serving, and time went forward, and the serving returned with another staff and returned this staff. It was kind of, I don't know if it was some sort of rite. Maybe an
Curious.
assignment. I wonder why I picked that up.
Can I make heads or tails out of like anything in particularly peculiar about this staff, or
About the staff?
yeah, anything of interest about it?
Make me an Arcana check.
Oh, not my strongest suit, but
Nice.
15.
15. You're able to ascertain that there's definitely some ritualistic value to the staff. It may not... the staff itself may not act little more than just, like, as a traditional focus for a arcane wielder. But the staff itself does not seem to be any more intrinsically magical than, say, a staff that could cast spells. It seems at most it is likely a focus, and its purpose is more ritualistic in nature.
I might ask Aspen's mother about it at the dinner.
Yes.
I want to know more of this place. I haven't been in Noria very long, and I feel like I'm always on the move.
For what it's worth, I haven't spent much time here either, and the last time I was here was a very long time ago. The place has surely changed.
It's been a few years, and I was in Eastern Noria. Where is everyone, by the way?
Off to the hall to have their feast. I saw you standing still here. I figured I'd stick around for a little. Let's go join the others.
Aspen's gonna be attempting to get Mother's attention.
Mother dearest.
Yes, and it's gonna be like a complete switch of hoping no one else is watching. Is like a complete switch of like personality. Almost, it's very much the your child would like attention, mummy dearest. You know?
Mummy, please, can I have some more?
Yeah. In fact, I think the conversation might open with, Mother dearest, do you have a favor to ask?
Oh, yes. What is it?
Actually, too. First of all, our little SHL fighter would like possibly exhibition match with you for a friendly sparring fight for everyone to watch. See, they've heard some of your skills, some of your ability has been referenced, and they want to see for themselves. And there's very little explanation I can do you justice. I did not tell them anything I was not supposed to. I just mentioned that you were very strong and formidable, and so did Madhu before we killed him. That feels very awkward.
It warms my heart to know that you speak very proudly of me, but I'm not going to hurt your friends. It sounds like they have other business to attend to here soon. I can't leave them in a puddle. But it'd be a long recovery.
But it would be a valuable lesson for him, trust me.
Do you not beat him up yourself?
I did once, but...
And he not learn lesson?
Not very big lesson. I figured that you're
you need to repeat lesson.
I do. But I just figured that you're that many steps above that I think it could make good difference. And you know, he is SHL fighter, he is trying to build fan base and that. I feel if people here maybe see him attempt to fight you, then at least they respect the bravery of putting himself in that situation. Or at least entertained by stupidity. Crit, please.
I would think about it, but for now we are going to have our feast.
After food,
What was this other favor that you were asking about?
Charlotte, our cleric, has been hunting for diamond for the purposes of resurrection spell. And we did try scouting around town to see if anybody had one, but all roads led back to you. And it does seem like the sort of thing you would have in your collection.
Yeah. I could provide. Especially if it keeps you alive.
She has done an excellent job at keeping not only me alive, but the entire group. She is very good at what she does.
I will grab what I can from my reagents.
It is very much appreciated.
But again, after food, had to eat first.
I do not know where she has gone. I thought everybody was coming up too.
Have you washed your hands?
Not
wash
yet.
Your hands.
Yes, mother. No, nobody saw that. Aspen's gonna go off to wash hands. Only mildly sulking.
So, Mariska finds a seat at the table, and there's plenty of seats around. Aspen's father sitting at the head of the table, but she's sitting in a way that puts her kind of like in the middle of all of you. So you all may sit where you like.
Aspen's gonna pick a place that is kind of almost equidistant between both parents.
Got it?
In earshot of both, not too close though. Not just sitting next to mother or father, just
Vanya's gonna go wherever a ski goes, basically.
He sits down to sit
Wow.
more or less wherever. She's not prioritizing one place over the other.
I mean, with the way that this table is arranged, is there kind of any part of it that's like closer to kind of the general people there as a whole?
So, it's a long table, and you're sitting at one end of it, and you've got Aspen's father, who is at the very end, that makes up that side, and then you've got the sides of those tables on either side, and then Mariska is sitting on one side, closer to her husband, and then Aspen is sitting on the opposite corner, as far away as possible. So, basically, you can all crowd up around the parents, in whatever order you wish.
That is fair. It's just specifically that knowing what we've encountered, what people have been interested in listening to so far. Aski wants to have a seat that is by a nice receptive audience for her to recount the sordid tale of what happened to them in the dark woods.
To a bunch of, like, strangers? Or to the parents?
Yeah, just to the other feast goers, knowing, what she's seen, especially from Adelstan, and just of them clearly being people interested in those kinds of stories, she wants to fashion the crew's experience into yet another, spooky tale of the haunted woods of Aurea.
Okay. I'll say you're going to be sitting opposite of Aspen, because Aspen is also pretty much closer to, like, the locals.
Fair.
Vanya's gonna add, like, color commentary to Aski's telling of the story. Not really telling the story herself, letting Aski do that, but adding, like, her typical asinine sort of comments to whatever Aski is adding.
Oh,
if
yeah,
Aspen's close to that,
absolutely.
they're gonna be like looking over for any signs of doubt in the people listening, and then Aspen's just gonna like lean over and be like, "Every word is true."
Yeah, I actually, with Vanya being there, that's probably, you asked about it before. This is probably when she will learn about the other tree where Aski started off in the Lost Woods, where the Alemanian soldiers, like, committed suicide to keep themselves from being
God.
consumed and made a part of the creature.
Yeah, that part
She's
was
hearing
metal as
about
hell.
that first from Aski's, dramatic retelling.
Fun. I like that.
Alright, so everyone gets situated, and after a bit, food is being essentially dished out. Everyone has been given pretty hefty portions. It seems like someone has caught word, Vanya, and you have been given practically a pretty hearty stew that is just filled with all sorts of different vegetables and potatoes and just heavy. It is a big bowl.
More
It's,
than enough to share with
Yeah.
Aski then.
you probably will not be able to eat all this yourself.
The ball's almost as big as me.
And after a little bit,
It wouldn't be much of a feast otherwise.
Casimir will stand at the far end of the table and announce through the hall, kind of like echoing his voice. Our child Aspen has returned. Now as a delver, along with his friends as they travel through our village on their way to their next great destination. So we are throwing a celebration for their short return home and for their prosperous journey onwards. And you just kind of hear a shared cheer that kind of like echoes down the hall. And then very quickly people are digging into the food.
Aspen just doing like an awkward little wave down the table when the name drop happens.
Like, hi, hello, yes. Please disregard my existence.
Please do not perceive.
Casimir also does not waste too much time and is also getting into the food that's been set out before him.
Oh yeah, the second everyone else starts eating, Aspen is also just like face first, you know, it's just really digging in.
Mariska takes a little bit of a slower approach and kind of looks between your group. So, has Aspen been in trouble?
Plenty.
Oh.
Not re- It's staring at Vegas.
What kind of trouble has he gotten into?
Aspen got arrested in Louvain, and we had to bail him out.
It was a
Aspen.
misunderstanding.
For the
Aspen
grand
stopped
offense of
eating
making a
mid-mouthful.
campfire.
Just like banging on the table, realizing what I'm doing.
Just like stopping eating mid-mouthful of face, like still land over the table, just eyes, just under the fringe, you can feel them just raising at you, just like, you son of a bitch.
Jazz music abruptly stops.
Yeah.
Is
Well,
that so?
it-
Aspen, you didn't
It
try
is
to bring it-
complicated.
Is it complicated? It sounded like you got in trouble.
But no, it was... the Louvain guards do not know how to make a campfire. That's all. I made sensible campfire. The same campfire is made 100 times at the mammoth hunts or just hiking. Or I've made that campfire everywhere. It is fine. It does not matter if it is windy or it is on open places. They thought, oh no, it's going to catch everything on fire. It wasn't going to catch anything on fire. They were just persecuting me.
Aspen thinks just because they know what they're doing, they're above the law.
It was a
Mitch.
misunderstanding.
Vanya staring at the conversation mid-mouthful,
It
just like,
was all very, very funny.
And
Nobody
instead
got
of
hurt.
just being like, oh, you can't build the campfire there, put the campfire out, and then you can go back to doing what you're doing. It's like, no, you made campfire, now we arrest you.
Because you wouldn't put it out.
It was fine!
When people ask you to do something and they're like, of the law, you kind of just say, okay, even if it's an inconvenience to you. Then they'll leave you alone like you wanted.
But I know more than them.
I know, but that doesn't mean you're right.
Aspen,
But
you
the
think you know
boss-
more than most people.
I do.
It's so true.
Did you talk to Sonya yet?
No.
You better before you leave. Or I'm going to tell her where you're going.
Yes, mother. I will talk to her after food.
She kind of like glances down the table. You can see that white wolf a little bit further down. She doesn't seem to even be paying attention in this particular direction. She's just kind of like casually eating.
Aspen
Charlotte.
just like leans forward a little bit to look down the table. It's just like,
Hmm.
look at her. She is waiting, scheming. I can feel it.
Charlotte's
She's
gonna,
just bored.
Charlotte's gonna try to force the topic, looking to Mariska. So I saw in the hall that the staves.
staves.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are they something
Steel.
customary? Are they?
Oh yeah, all of the weapons that decor the hall are great items of importance that have been used in many hunts and many traditions throughout our years. Did something catch
see.
your eye?
There was one particular, like, gnarled one. Try to describe the very one I got the echo from. Just caught my eye.
Ah, interesting. What brought your attention to it?
It's... I don't know. It's something about the design of it, and something of its color.
It is definitely more for our sacred traditions that we like to keep within the family.
Oh, it's a family thing.
Marisha kind of gives you this wider smile.
Wasn't that the one that was given to you? Never mind.
I'm going to insight check Aspen's mom.
All right, go ahead.
Gross.
Never mind.
As hard to read as Aspen.
Can I try to inside check this?
Absolutely.
Nice.
18.
18. Yeah, you can tell that there's more to what that meaning of her definition of family does not include her blood relatives. It's alluding to something else.
Family, say. Please elaborate.
I don't believe that I can about that. Unless there is anything that you know about anything Aspen has told you.
Aspen did everything they could to tell us absolutely nothing about you or this place, so...
Very
In
well.
this aspect, that is me being good.
You did good, honey bear.
Thank you.
Oh, they did very good.
Mhm.
They actually
Despite the
Bested
peril
Vegas
if
and-
listening catches on.
they bested Vegas in combat.
So I've heard.
Yep.
That was really fun to watch, but I
Gave
kind of
me a
worried
straight
about
beating.
Vegas for a moment.
Aspen has been suggesting that I also should give you a beating. But it sounds like you have big match to attend to in Jägerwald, so I try to
that's a week out.
not leave you in a puddle.
Oh, don't worry, I'm a practiced cleric. I would be able to mend Vegas's wounds just in time before the match in Jägerwald.
It sounded like you were in need of revivify stones.
Yes, it would.
So
If
you would need to
you have-
wait until I at least hand you those.
All right.
Vanya pogging.
Well, Aspen, you have been very good about what you have shared and not shared, it seems.
I know the rules.
But your friends are also quite curious, so
They're very curious about everything.
so it seems.
Nodding enthusiastically.
I will elaborate to them, Aspen, but it is on your head if they tell anyone, okay?
Duh, I do believe they can all keep secrets.
Okay. And then I don't force you to, stay here forever.
He said once again, he
Duh.
just smiles at the mention of keeping secrets.
Well, my husband is the Botko of the village, and I am his wife, obviously. But I am also Isfisk's war mage.
I knew it.
Oh.
I'm gonna roll history just to see if Vanya even knows what that is.
Yeah. If you don't think you would have an idea of what a war mage is, you can roll a history check. It's up to you.
You said
if
already
know.
learned that.
Yeah, I feel like
Given-
Cassette would
Nah.
have a
It-
decent idea.
Given Vegas is bad.
I know
What about
OC. This is a very Orion thing. It's
Yes,
not.
this is an
yeah.
Orion
this is
exclusive
different.
thing.
Still, she's been around. Like, she's been. Also, with the +9 to history, it feels almost more like a formality to roll than anything.
Charlotte, you for some reason don't know what that means. But Vanya, you have heard of the mysterious war mages of Aurea.
I'm gonna ask a stupid question because in that one. Would you know a skunk by the name of William Rhines?
Does not sound familiar.
Oh, forgive me.
It is no problem.
Vanya gets hit with the brick of realization. But suddenly looks incredibly excited, but keeps her mouth shut for a moment. That explains a lot.
Aspen still kind of digging into food again. Just the shorthand, that means she could, if we tell secrets, she can vaporize all of us without really blinking.
Noted. And I finally get to eat.
How wonderfully terrifying.
It is a good thing for every village to have war mage. War mages are everywhere, of course. Supposed to be hiding in plain sight so that we can deal with trouble as necessary. You have the two open war mages of Jägerwald as well. The Barendi Torsten, who is obviously the leader of Aurea. And then you have his advisor, which you've met him before, Aspen, Matteo. And that staff that you were talking about, it has been passed through many a war mage's hand when they've been through in training.
Oh.
Obviously, I cannot share secrets of who else is a war mage. The only ones that are publicly announced are the Barendi and his advisor. But they are exclusively in Jägerwald.
War mages, on the whole, more powerful than anything we have seen, or any of us combined.
The secret is very much kept.
We're just guests after all.
You all seem like good company. So, as long as you take care of Aspen, I won't have to make you disappear.
I promise that Aspen is under my protection and will continue to be so.
I feel like I've had a threat like that before, but I can't put a finger on where. Kids are weird.
But I will also get you your Revivify spell components. That way you can also assuredly keep Aspen alive. And of course the rest of your crew.
No pressure, Charlotte.
I thank you.
Did you have any more questions about our customs or our history?
Thanks for the food.
Charlotte's already
Of course.
eating food.
The sunstones. Where do you even get those? Or is that secret too?
Nah, they mostly discovered through the loam link that runs through the beast world.
Oh, okay.
There's a
Oh.
big tunnel connection up in Jaeger Vault, and that's where most of the sunstones are pulled in from.
So you get supplies from the malls in the Lomlink?
From occasions. The loam link doesn't run close to our village. It's that we are aware of. But it is also how they could grow food underground.
You know, I never really thought about it before, but it makes a lot of sense.
Though they are also accustomed to the darkness, so sometimes the sunstones are a little too bright for them.
Honestly, it's been the best bit of heat since I've got up here, so...
If you think our farms are good, you should see the ones in Jaeger Vault.
Well, we will soon.
You could go sunbathing.
I'll be the judge of that.
That reminds me, I will have to make sure to get you all some more traditional Orient garbs. That way you can stay comfortable in your stay here, however long you plan to stay in Oria.
That's some better clothing for the weather. This is a good idea.
Absolutely.
Well,
Indeed.
we go into Jaeger Vault, and then... I don't know where from there.
We'll see what happens if there's any delving business. I mean, it would be nice to go east again.
Vanya kind of shrinks up a little bit at the suggestion.
We don't have to. We don't have to. We can go back south.
I mean, we could stop by at the glass run before.
We could.
We do need to. Well, don't need to, but I kind of want to head over to the Batyan as well. There's that lead for ASCII.
If we did
Oh.
want to head further east to the mountains, then we would get an opportunity to go to the tunnel market. Which, tunnel market is pretty interesting.
Doesn't the Jaeger Vault cross to Stranik?
Yeah, through the tunnel market. 2 miles of carts and stalls and
See,
everything you could buy.
I was in the east end of Jaegerville. I've never been to the west one.
Well, we're in the west now.
And I want to see. I want to see it.
Look, well, we're heading there, right? So, and then Vegas has his fight in Jaeger Vault.
Oh yeah. Granted, I survived this one.
I'm sure you won't be killed.
As long as she doesn't actually reduce you to puddle, we can get you back up.
I have faith that she won't, but this is really gonna hurt.
I have methods.
Show me.
Well, I have a spell that can at least stabilize you.
Good enough.
Reassuring.
I don't want to talk about it anymore. Let's just get this over with.
And what did you say your name was, Pinnick?
Charlotte.
Charlotte.
Rhines.
Go ahead and make a deception check for me.
Oh!
Is that a lie?
Looking for the other name.
Smiles.
You.
So, Well, hopefully your time up north is, well.
Did she react, like, obviously, like,
You can insight her.
suspicious? Yeah.
Well, Vanya certainly knows.
Vanya could tell, watching her reaction, there was definitely, when she repeated the name back, there was an intention to get a last name out of Charlotte, and she was definitely listening very intently when she gave the last name, and you get the sensation that she doesn't believe her,
Okay.
which is an interesting turn, because you don't know why that would be.
Why would you not believe a random stranger who tells you their last name, after all?
Yeah, that's gonna be kept to herself.
Well, when do you plan to head to Jägerwald? I imagine you're going to leave us again very soon.
Well, I figure you have already infected my group with your pet name for me. So there's not that much harm can be sustained by staying here a little bit longer, and we have been through some things, so we could stay for a few days.
Ah. You have plenty of room here. Your friends are welcome to stay.
That is if they want to. I'm not forcing anyone to stay or to go.
Kind of looks to Vegas, since that's our time frame right there.
Hmm.
Do we need to be at Jägervault sooner rather than later, or?
No, we have time. I wasn't given any details.
You weren't
whatsoever.
given any details or dates about either of your appointments in Jägerwald.
Correct. But
'Cause you have
only
two.
Iggy knows about the other appointment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah. I don't know what my time frame is, therefore I believe it's an open book.
Okay.
So I figured we can stay for a while and to relax and get back to ourselves, and then pack up on supplies and head out when we are good and ready.
We will make sure that you have plenty of food to take along with you. You've been eating well, right?
Yeah, I've been eating. I've had some very important lessons in the field of cooking. Not all of them good.
You take Grandma's book?
I took Grandma's journal about the.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. Wait, are there cooking instructions in there?
Yeah?
I've only been using it for the fighting instructions. This could. Oh no.
She just, like, reaches over the table. Like, take the journal.
Yeah, Aspen's not gonna say no.
And she will flip through, and you'll notice that there is a section where some of the pages have just been, like, stuck together. This is why you missed it. And she'll, like, pull it apart and kind of, like, use prestidigitation to, like, get rid of any of the residue that was keeping the pages locked together. She'll hand it back to you, and there are full recipes.
Well, damn, I had no idea.
Are these recipes on also like torn out pages?
Yes.
Are you saying that in character?
I'm about to react. That explains a lot, actually. And she could point at the book.
It explains nothing. Charlotte, you can stay quiet too.
Charlotte, you saw it happening, so I think you should.
It's all about happening.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
It's fine, nothing happened.
Nothing at all.
Banya
Just narrowing her
best.
eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, if Aspen's mom just starts doing the narrowed eye stare, then Aspen's gonna start to sweat.
Gonna try to throw a distraction. So, we're still doing the fight?
Yes.
Well, you may as well get yourself ready.
That we can spar tomorrow. Not a big deal. I don't know why your friend wants to get hurt so badly.
It builds character.
Yeah, if you survive.
Exactly my point.
See, I think I can agree with Vegas there, because every single time we've gotten into a fight, I've learned that getting hit sucks, and I should try to avoid it more often.
Yeah, that's why you use spells. Throw people away.
I just tend not to get seen.
She's very sneaky, this one. When she wants to be. And not the bad kind of sneaky, like, you know, oh, you never know if she's going to steal your things. No, the good kind of sneaky, like, oh, she's going to scout ahead and nothing will see her.
You have a very eccentric group of friends. I'm glad.
They are, to my surprise, good people.
Were you expecting to make friends that were terrible?
I was not expecting to make friends in the way that I made these friends. That was a very, very happenstance, random incident. We all happened to be in the Bristle Inn together when a dungeon just sort of happened in the storeroom. And we all decided, oh, we can fix this, and we went through there and cleared the place out, and then there was a strange man who was like, oh, you should be Delving crew, here's a wagon, and I was like, oh, that's happening, but hey, what can I say, it was fun, and they were interesting, and then I got to know them, and they're good people. By pure circumstance, I met good people.
And we've been inseparable ever since.
Pretty much.
Well, aside from Ignatius, it was my phone business of some kind.
He
But
has business, yeah.
Well, the Drafinion?
Yeah.
He'll be back.
correct.
He's
Everyone has
certainly a
character flaws.
character.
You said he had the business and he broke away. Was that before or after you got to Oria?
After.
Whereabouts?
Oh, Edelston.
Yeah.
Family business, apparently.
Quote unquote.
We didn't really pry.
Yeah, it's his affairs.
Suspiciously close to the Tyrant layers, that's all I'm saying.
What did you say, Dante?
Aspen was just remarking that being up north and then disappearing for family matters is suspiciously close to the chromatic tyrant dragons of the volcanic peaks.
Maybe.
I wouldn't suspect that. Lots of interesting trade comes in and out of Edelston.
He's not chromatic, he is silver, but you know, always be on the lookout.
Well, if I happen to see your friend, or if they come to the village, I will let them know which way you're heading.
He's very hard to miss if he does come through.
Very proud Dramphinian.
Very proud Dramphinian, very shiny armor, very shiny scales. Very big.
Tell him I said hi if he comes through.
I will do that.
Thank you.
There was a little grin at the end of that. Thank you. I heard that.
Yeah, so what?
If he does come through, you should also make sure that he gets the chance to try some mammoth.
Ah, of course. not going to allow one of Aspen's friends to come through without getting normal hospitality.
Although you don't have to tell him what you call me.
I might.
You say that like the rest of your friends are not going to snitch on you.
I dream of a better life.
I'm making the best of it.
That's
before
why you ran away.
You should instead dream to be a stronger individual, Aspen.
Stronger than you. I already am.
You're the one that needs that, Vegas.
Fuck you, Aspen.
You wish you could.
I wish.
Wow!
Wait.
All right.
Oh my god.
Alright. I will think we will draw the session to a close tonight with that.
That is quite possibly one of the best session ends.
Man.
You wish you could fuck me? I wish. Wait.
Got lots of interesting lore drops tonight.
Family.
That was
Family.
It's about
Fun.
family.
Aspen's hating it. I'm loving it.
This is great. This is what I wanted to happen.
Charlotte's been trying to take a bullet for Aspen.
It's never
Don't-
gonna happen.
Yeah, it's
Don't
not
think it
happening. Just
hasn't
let
gone
Aspen face the
unnoticed.
breeze.
Charlotte cannot jump tall enough to catch the bullets that we're throwing at Aspen.
I have Shield of Faith.
I'm going to call Aspen Honey Bear at the worst times.
Oh,
Oh, it's gonna happen.
Oh
This
no.
is great.
no.
No, I want Aspen to want to kill me. Anyway, thanks for the session, Duo. I have to go to work in 6 hours. Bye.
Thank you very much, Joe.
Of course.
Yeah. Take care, folks. Bye bye.
Yeah, have a good one. Bye.
Ah.
Good night.
Good night.